That's not what I wanted. Fuck. Just let me turn the volume down, please. Jesus. Alright, I'm here. I'm sorry that took a little longer than it usually did. Some things ran on a little bit too long for my liking. But I am here now. How has everyone been? I know it's only been a couple days, but you know, but a lot can happen over a couple days, as I've been subject to yesterday, so... And I think I might bring those up, during the break. But, yeah, so a lot's happened. So yeah, it's been a nice couple of days, I feel like, other than that. We will get started in a little bit. I promise. I mean, at the very least, I know that, like, I managed to finish one of my fics. Holy shit. Man, my first letter stream this year got 18 views. That's interesting. As I was saying. But yeah, I'm just glad that, I managed to finish one of my projects yesterday. And I just need to get it sent off to, beta reading. So yeah, my phone's probably gonna be going off with some messages over the stream. But, I have note. What the fuck was that noise? What? Okay, for some reason, I don't know whether I am crazy or not, but, like, I swear to God I thought I heard someone joining a voice chat on Discord. Which was weird, because I'm like, wait a minute, why would I have heard that? I'm not in any voice chat, I'm not in any VCs. So that was weird. But anyway, as I was saying before, I have noticed that apparently it seems like on Friday nights, that's when the lag spike happens, because we're at the time where it would have occurred. So I have no idea whether or not, like, you know, Friday nights are just a little busier because, you know, it's the weekend, and Sunday nights are just like, well, no one's really going to be doing much because the new week starts tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. You know, if the lag spike happens, it's like, well, at least it'll happen during the beginning instead of, like, during the game. I'm never gonna forget last year, like, literally the last part of the letter, there were a couple times we had to, like, stop what we were doing because the internet was just so bad. And I'm like, come on, we're so close to the end, god damn it! Excuse me. But yeah, we went for a long stream yesterday, last time, and even, you know, I think it's just so easy to get. It's just so easy to like go into the longer streams with this game than it has been for like Phoenix Wright, because there's technically no like breaks, I guess, in between each day, so we have to literally play through the entire day. And a lot of it is also just due to the fact of, like, me wanting to continue on to see, like, what's gonna be different this time around. Hell, I know for a fact, though, that, like, as much as I wanted to continue on last time, I was like, no, it's already, like, been 5.5 hours. You need to, like, stop now, because you're probably gonna be stuck there for a long time, so. But it is interesting where we left off at last time. Can't wait to see that reaction. It's gonna be so great. And I think because of that, I think it might be time to, what's the word I'm looking for? Might be time to, jump back into the game. But of course, as always with the letter, we must first issue our disclaimer. So, viewers' discretion is advised for this stream of the letter. Due to the nature of this game, in the description is a condensed list of subject matters that are shown in this game. Graphic depictions of death, violence, torture, and murder. Horror content, such as psychological horror, body horror, gore, jump scares, and disturbing sounds and images. Bigoted language, including racial slurs, sexist and homophobic remarks. Psychological trauma, abuse and sexual assault. Suicide, incest, child death, animal cruelty / death, cannibalism, and alcoholism. If at any point you feel uncomfortable watching or you feel the need to stop, click away or stop watching. Your mental health matters, and I want this to be a safe place for viewers, even if you need to step away. And I say this with the utmost respect. Please take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. And I will be trying to extend the same courtesy to myself as well. With that said, I think it is about time we jump into the letter. Just gonna be checking one last time. Okay. So, let's jump into the game, shall we? Say goodbye to Firefox. Alright. How much you want to bet Steam has to update? If I could just get $1 for every time I've had to open these streams and Steam has to update, I probably have like $20. I will admit though, like, I think I talked about this last time too, but like we're already, like, we're barely in the middle of October and we're already like close to finishing the second run through of the letter, which makes me think we may be able to just we may move on to the third run through immediately afterwards. But that one's going to be a little tough because, you know, obviously the second run through was going to be, you know, choices that we didn't pick the first time around, and, you know, in order to try and see if we could get a different story, and we have. However, what are we going to do afterwards for the third run through? Because obviously, you know, yeah, we picked choices that we didn't pick the first time around, but now because of the second run through and because of how different the story is, we're now being faced with new choices that we didn't get at all. So it's like, how are we going to handle that? Something I'll have to figure out when the time comes. at the very least, I know for a fact that the choice I really want to fucking see is like, we only got to call Luke out on his racism last time, but I want to see what happens when we fucking rush him. It's like, I want to see, like, can we get an achievement? Can we get a CG? Like, I would like for this physical assault on a racist to be rewarded, you know? But yeah, we'll fuck, what's the word? We'll get, I want to see what happens. Like, I want Ash to fucking sucker punch the fuck out of this white man and all that. Anyway, so what happened last time on the letter? Well, we continued on with Rebecca's story, and we finished it. And this time, she's alive! We didn't make her go up to the roof and have the ghost push her over. No, she instead managed to escape with her life intact. So, after that, we moved on to Ash's chapter. And nothing much has changed. I mean, the only major differences is that, one, because Zach got arrested in his chapter, Ash did hear about that and went to the police department, and as I was joking about earlier, had an encounter with Luke Wright where he was spouting off all sorts of racist rhetoric, I guess is a good word to use, talking about how it's like, we let them into our country and this is how they repay us and all that. Like, just typical racist shit and all that. And we had the option to either call him out or rush him. And personally, I wanted to attack the motherfucker. But then I was like, well, no, because that's probably not gonna, that might cause more issues than it's worth. So instead I just called him out and, well, yeah. Anyway, because of that, we then moved on and we met up with Rebecca, again, who is alive this time, instead of last time where we found out about her death via television, the telly. And yeah, so pretty much, oh yeah, another major difference was that we still broke into BRC, but this time it was without Isabella, and thus we had a bit of a harder, maybe, time trying to gather information on what was going on with all the deaths of the employees and such, but we don't know. And where we left off last time was that Ashton and Rebecca had an encounter with the ghost girl, Takako, Charlotte, whoever she is, in Isabella's apartment, like last time, of course, you know, with some exceptions, and managed to escape. However, we left off on a new day, which was October 31st, or Halloween, but keep in mind that if you remember, in Zachary's chapter, his death was on that day. And we still have not gotten to that day yet in any of the other characters' chapters. So we left off with Ash presumably about to discover what happened to Zach. And oh boy, I kind of wonder how that's going to happen, because Ashton was already... Because the thing is that Ashton was already, you know, pretty on edge because of what happened to Isabella, you know, earlier in the game. And is and already doesn't want to lose anybody else to the curse. So I don't know how Zach's death is going to affect him. And thus, he would only be left with Rebecca. Because, while Isabella's still alive, it's a pretty, there's a line between being alive and alive, due to her being in a coma, and the fact that her prognosis is not looking good. So, with that, let's get started. Oh boy, I'm honestly nervous over this. Let's see. Just gotta follow the yellow red line. God, 29%? Jesus. 29%, eh? But yeah, so... Yeah, this... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is... Oh man. I'm so nervous, because I'm like... Dude, one of the cops is gonna call Ashton, and Ashton's probably gonna freak the fuck out. Alright. Let me just adjust my monitor real quick. Alright. A dreary downpour starts off the Monday. Although it doesn't last for more than an hour, the dark clouds lift just after the sun peeks over the horizon. Brief as it is, the rain has significantly dampened the park's usual cheery vibe. Mornings like this often mark the start of another bad week. An arrest gone wrong, another investigation leading to a dead end, or some truly fucked up shit being called in. Let me see. I guess it might be safe to skip. Yeah, okay. Right. My last shower was 24 hours ago. I haven't slept at all, and my last meal was a slice of cold pizza I bought from a convenience store the night I broke into BRC. The way I am now, I'll definitely get a scolding. Isabella would... Oh, jeez. Well, she would complain about how dark the bags under my eyes were getting, and about how I reek and how I need to shower pronto. Rebecca would definitely give me an earful and tell me to take care of myself better, say that I'm killing myself on the job.
I can rest easy when this is all over.
Yeah, turn it down a little bit. It's not that I can't feel the pang of hunger. With that woman chasing after you, it's difficult not to feel anything other than horror. Okay, it's still safe to skip. Wait, what? Ah, okay. Not necessarily a bad end. The sound of her footsteps reach my ears first, halting my movements. Sure enough, when I glance up, I find her, Rebecca, just as she enters the park grounds, bags of convenience store food in hand. After last night's flight from Salemwell, we've elected to stay the night here, unsure if our own homes will still be safe. Normally, we'd all be averse to the idea of spending the night outside like this, but panic and distress has tainted that decision. It's not like we've gotten an ounce of sleep anyway. On the off chance one of us did, it only lasted but a second, or it's a fitful one. But looking at her right now, from afar, it's easy to mistake her for someone who's simply out on an early morning stroll. Her steps are careful and slow as she walks, the expression on her face relaxed, if not unfazed. Jesus Christ, look at this! I don't remember this! Her treads fill the atmosphere with a light air, temporarily easing off the disheartening mood. It's easy to pretend we're not knee-deep in a life-and-death situation the way she acts now. Easy to forget one of us is still fighting for her life, desperately holding on to it because she could be quite stubborn like that. Or one of us is being framed for a crime he likely didn't commit. If anything, it's only her appearance that betrays that mask. Slightly disheveled, bags under her eyes, an exhausted curve in her shoulders, and dragging footsteps. But the closer she gets, the more obvious these signs are to the naked eye. She passes an energy drink... Excuse me. She passes an energy drink my way the moment the distance allows it, and hands me the other bag she's holding, before seating herself on the bench nearby. The scent of warm food immediately wafts from the bag when I open it, carried further by a passing breeze. Whatever sweet sauce they drizzled over this pork wannabe, it smells heavenly. Hell, even the sorry-looking vegetables seem appetizing. Despite myself, without even checking exactly what this is, hunger swiftly takes over every rational thought. I dig in without waiting for her to start. Although, she appears to be of the same mind too, and soon enough, she also starts with hers. No casual talk while we fill our empty stomachs. Exhausted as we both are, food is something we can't forego. Starvation dulls the thinking, weakens the body. If we are to survive this, we're gonna have to take care of ourselves first. It's one thing Zach would likely remind me of. Isabella would never let me hear the end of it either, if she was here. Though perhaps it's for the better she isn't here to see us. We're not even halfway through Ash's path, it looks like. Knowing her, she'd worry, despite what goes unsaid between us. In a matter of minutes, we're done, and dumping the empty cartons in a nearby waste bin. Along with it is the shift in the mood. Back to dismal. Back to the problem at hand. The comfortable atmosphere from minutes ago was nice while it lasted. Admittedly, I've missed these kinds of moments between us. We never had the chance, always busy on some project or work. The things we've taken for granted, now we're realizing how valuable they are. With one of us absent and the other stuck in a jail cell. The world has an awful sense of humor. While the one we've just had is short-lived, it's another thing I want to look forward to, if we ever free ourselves from this damn curse. I'd like to believe there's a way. For now, we have to focus back on the present. This. Dead people. The letter. The curse. It's not simple to bring these up, but necessary.
Where do we go from here, Ash?
It's an innocent question at best, but she looks at me as if my face has all the answers in the world. I used to think so, back when I was at the top of my game and I was still sure of everything. Now there's just uncertainty sullying whatever decision I come up with. At some point, logic has simply stopped working here, and we've started grasping at straws. Along with exhaustion, fatigue, and stress, we have enough kindling to get a fire burning. Oh, great, we're already in an argument. Alright. Guys, come on. The not-so-pleasant kind of fire.
We can't stay here. We'd be sitting ducks if we remain in one place.
Alright, so we just keep running like this?
We don't have much of a choice, Becca. Even our own homes aren't safe. Anytime, that woman, that thing might get us. Fuck. A zombie apocalypse would be better than this.
It still doesn't change anything. You just said it. Nowhere's safe. But dying is the last thing I want to do right now, Ash. Not to a stupid chain letter. Someone was too gullible to pick up and show everyone.
Don't you think it's a bit too late to start laying the blame on someone else? It's not even helping at this point.
Who said anything about blaming anyone? Do you really think I don't blame myself for this as well? Isabella warned all of us. In the first place, we wouldn't even be having this problem if you'd only...
What do you want to hear from me then? If what happened last night didn't tell you how bad...
Will you get yourself together?
I don't even know what I'm fucking doing, Rebecca! Zach's in jail. Some scumbag is holding my best friend responsible for a crime he didn't commit. And no matter how many times I apologize to her, we don't even know if Isabella will come back to us. You want me to admit it? Fine. This whole mess is tearing me apart. You should have listened. Fuck, I should have listened. But I just stood there, just judging her, and I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to do right now.
We both falter to silence at my words, and an awkward, stifling mood descends between us. I don't mean to shout, to snap at her, to add to that kindling. Not in a moment when any time, anywhere, that damn ghost, might get to one of us. We're both in the same boat, yet here we are, playing the blame game. Little by little, we're falling apart, caving into the pressure, to the bleak situation we're trapped in. Did that ghost mean for this to happen? To divide each of us so she could pick us off one by one right after? Who knows? anything's possible now if her kind can exist. With the fire burning between us, rising as high as it does now, I'm afraid, deathly afraid, that the possibility might come sooner than I can figure all of this out. I can't even believe the next words coming out of my own mouth. That out of everyone, I have to be the one saying these to her. This is more her forte than mine, keeping the peace, placating everyone, while I unintentionally aggravate people with badly chosen words. Funny how fast the tables have been turned after just one unfortunate incident. How am I even supposed to cope?
I swear, I'll get us out of this mess. But if we want to make it out of this in one piece, we're gonna have to calm down first.
After spending the night at the local park, Ashton and Rebecca tried to figure out what their next step would be. However, coupled with stress and the quiet Ashton had been... wait a minute. And the guilt Ashton had been carrying with him, their conversation quickly went downhill. In the end, Ashton walked out, suggesting they cool their heads first. Let's see. Before my own temper flares, I walk away and slide back into my car. If the door slams with more force than needed, I'd like to blame it on the pent-up anger boiling up in me. I'm not even sure what or who I'm angry at. The ghost? At her sudden outburst? Or maybe at myself for being this useless? Because despite her not saying anything, I know, goddammit, she's still counting on me. In spite of my failures, or every harsh word I've uttered, or how unbearable I can be as a friend. It's there when the tension after the argument finally breaks, and she follows me and gets in the car. It's in concerned glances she shoots my way when I start the engine without a word and drive off. It's in her silence, a heavy gift, her unwavering trust. Yet, it's one I'm more than willing to carry, even through my own exhaustion, if only to keep her safe. In this city of 68,000 strangers, she's the only one I have left. Alright. Though, in all seriousness, a good rest is still our best bet for now. Alright, and this is... Alright. Especially if my assumption's correct in that the reason Zach was there yesterday morning was because of the curse. Something must have happened there for him to see the need to look into it and break inside that place. What if the couple had fallen victim to the curse? It doesn't fall outside of the realm of possibility. I've been so biased, not even thinking that they might be in danger as well. But during the open house with Isabella, they might have seen the letter and... Fuck.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. Some fucking detective I am.
That's likely the moment when Cooper saw it. If the logic holds, I need to hurry there right away. And if there are answers anywhere, it would be there. It should be there, where all this fucking mess started. Okay. It's not only my life on the line here. There are others. What happened to us, I wouldn't wish on anyone else, no matter how much I loathe them. Or how complicated all this has suddenly become. The letter. The woman. The mansion. And now there are the voices lacing venom inside every crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride whenever an opportunity presents itself.
It's because you did this.
It's all your fault.
I don't think this is new. Yeah, that's not new.
You trying to drink your worries away? Like last time? That was screwed up. This one? Screwed up? Not by a mile. It's too early to say. You've still got several years ahead of you, Holmes. Take it easy. But some things change, eh? It has been years, and you were a kid back then. You know, the sort that's a bit unsure, making all the horrible decisions in life he'd eventually be embarrassed to talk about.
You never stop calling me kid, though.
Well, you still are. It's just that this time, you're sure of who that badge and gun is for. What was it you police types usually say? To protect and serve, yeah?
A significant pause follows at its heels. Alright, that's not new. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Alright. After the argument at the park, Ashton took Rebecca someplace where they could rest. G welcomed them to his pub without question. While she was sleeping, the detective and the bartender had a little chat about the past and what had changed over the years. This might be the call. Oh boy, this might be the call. So, when it all ends with the sound of my phone ringing, a sigh is all that leaves me. I've placed the damn thing on low volume last night, but it does nothing to keep it quiet. I don't even know if I want to answer it right now. It's brought me nothing but one bad news after another. Thinking back about it only makes me want to chuck it into the closest trash bin I can find. Not that it'll help things, of course. Oh boy. Alright, let's... Oh boy. Oh boy. Another exhale slips past my lips before I pull it out, quickly swiping over the screen without checking the caller ID. After all, the only person who will worry or fret over how awful I might sound right now is here with me. Oh boy. My parents never call around this hour, so chances are it's probably just the Chief or Abigail. There's Zach, but he's in a position where contacting me is impossible. Placed in jail by some scumbag for a crime he likely didn't commit. No use pretending what I'm not when it's anything but.
Inspector Frey speaking.
Good morning, sir. Sorry to bother you this early.
Oh boy. You hear the music? Oh boy.
What is this about?
It's about your friend, you know? The guy I called you about yesterday, the one they got in the night before.
I love how the filter's not even on.
Zachary Steele.
Oh boy. Alright. His hesitant note does nothing to diminish the lump that suddenly lodged itself at the base of my throat. What are the chances? What are the chances that something went wrong while I wasn't looking? While I was out here brooding of all things?
How is he? Is he doing okay?
We actually have a problem, Detective Inspector.
Oh boy. Hasty assumptions aren't a usual fare in my book. That shouldn't change right now. The precinct is secure. It's supposed to be. They have guards manning the station 24/7. If anything happens, all Zach has to do is shout and someone will be there for him. Even if it's a phantom going after him, he should be safe there. He should have been. Yet none of these reassurances will allay my suspicions, and whatever little thread of hope I'm hanging on to frays slowly as each second of silence passes us by. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is not gonna end well. This is not gonna end well. An expectation so weak, faint, I might as well just let it go and prepare myself for the worst. It's a feeble attempt at optimism I'll never get used to. This is out of my depth. This isn't my forte. Zach's, maybe. Rebecca's, too. Never mine. Hell, this is the kind of mood Isabella's always unknowingly brought with her. What her eyes often conveyed, what I've often found myself searching in her whenever I look to them. But no matter how many times I repeat any words of comfort or calming images inside my head, the hollow chill at the base of my stomach refuses to ease. Even my voice shakes when I urge Officer Renz to speak again, weak and unsteady. The only thing keeping me from stumbling when I abruptly stand is the counter's solid support beside me, the flat of my hand braced against it for leverage.
Officer Renz. Renz, right? What happened? You're supposed to keep an eye on him, yeah? It's protocol.
I am honestly anxious because I'm like, what? Because it's like, this is the last thing he needed. Uh-oh.
Your friend, sir, he's... I think it'd be better if you
No!
just saw it yourself, sir. This isn't something you should be hearing over the phone.
No, 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 no!
Chief Inspector Lee wants you to report in as well. It's about the case Luke Wright filed yesterday and...
The rest never registers. Rather, my brain refuses to acknowledge any of it. Not even the possibility that this might just be a terrible joke. All I can think of is the suffocating dread and the piercing noise, white and deafening, ringing in my ears despite the bar's morning hush. There is only Zach. Only the whole expanse of Luxborn, separating me from the one person I still believe safe from this whole fucked up situation we found ourselves in. Along with the voices. Vile ones. Whispers that taunt, jeer, and mock. Each vague utterance growing relentless as I make my way out of the bar without another word to G and slide back into my car. Driving off with my body on autopilot, mind in a daze and afraid. Utterly afraid. That this time I've permanently lost someone in my life. Oh boy, what are we gonna see? What are we gonna see? We don't know what happened. At least with Rebecca and Ash, we saw what happened. Rebecca fell off of the building and pretty much splattered, and Ash got fucking impaled by something. But with this, we don't know what happened. I am honestly terrified we're gonna just see like a fucking like blood everywhere. A phone call interrupted Ashton's conversation with G. Although the officer calling him had only given him vague details, a gut feeling told him that something had gone wrong at the mere mention of Zachary. The detective hurried to the precinct, expecting the worst. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The whole precinct is in an uproar. Officers move in and out from the main work hall with rapid steps. Phones blare loudly from the comms room, and calls are being made from the dispatch area. The rest who had been left standing watched the whole commotion with an... Wait a minute. The rest who had been left stood watching the whole commotion with a nervous energy. From further back, the chief's voice booms above the uproar. I'm not even shocked. He may appear like the bumbling fool on first glance, but he's kept this city safe for years. For something to happen in his jurisdiction, inside his own precinct, right under his nose, he has the right to be royally pissed.
What do you mean you don't know? Don't give me that shite, Sergeant! How can one person, slip past you? You can't even keep an eye on one man!
His statement gives me pause. Am I wrong? Did Zach escape somehow? I'm not condoning it. Neither do I believe Zach's capable of doing, let alone thinking of it. But if it's what happened, I'd be equally as cross as the chief. This won't help his case. This will only complicate things with Wright and put the both of us in a tight spot. I won't be able to help him once red tape prevents me from doing so. Yet a hint of relief still washes over me as I walk closer to my boss, mentally preparing myself for whatever reprimand he's about to dish out.
What's happening, Chief?
I didn't break him out, if that's what you're wondering. Except he merely glances at me with an inscrutable expression. Although, if I'm going to read deeper into it, I'll say it's the closest expression he can get to shooting me a pitying look. For the first time in my years on the force, I find myself wishing to hear a reprimand from him. Whatever that stare means, it can't be good. Coupled with Officer Renz's tone this morning, it does nothing to calm the uneasy feeling in me. Fuck, boss even seems relieved to see me. After the last few exchanges we've had these past 2 weeks, you'd think the man wouldn't want to see me right now.
About time you got in here.
I got caught up in something. Sorry, Chief. What's going on? Is there a problem with Zach?
For fuck's sake, just tell me! Just rip the band-aid off, goddammit! He hesitates for a second, before his frown eases with a long, dragged-out exhale.
I'm not sure if you can call this a problem, Frey, but I'll let you be the judge of that.
Why are they not saying it?!
Follow me. And you, I want your full report about this by the end of the day. It better be good or you are kissing that badge goodbye.
The officer he's addressing, the sergeant, a man in his late 20s to 30s, who transferred here last year, shrinks back in his chair. I don't quite remember his name. I've only seen him quite a number of times since I'm off and out of the precinct. But if my memory serves me right, he's the guy currently assigned to late night shift, at least until this month ends. Depending on how bad this is, he'll either be given a verbal warning, a suspension, or a dismissal. It's not a position I envy him for being in right now. Although, there's really not much time left to feel sorry for him either. As soon as Chief's done roasting the other officers behind the guy, he gestures for me to follow. Oh boy. Oh boy. Straight towards the precinct's holding cells. Oh boy, what are we gonna find? What are we gonna find? And it's as if a switch has been turned off. The moment he steps away from the small crowd, the entire main lobby goes silent. For one reason or another, it feels like everyone's simply waiting for the metaphorical hammer to fall. Even their stares, before we even turn to an adjacent hallway, exude the same pitying vibe as the Chief's. All of which I might have easily ignored any other day. People here can be a bunch of gossip mongers. It's only the significant glance Chief throws my way, before pushing the door open, that stops me. Not that there's even a need to mull over it. Because the moment he swings it open, it strikes me. A sharp, dry, metallic scent. I've already grown familiar with it over the years. It's another one of those things you'd have to get used to once they start handing you the homicide cases. Now just a whiff of it tells enough for me to gauge the severity of the situation. This isn't the festering smell you get when someone in the room has a flesh wound. It lingers far too much in the air, hangs far too heavily even where I stand. No. This is what you get when someone has spilled blood all over the room. This is what you get when there's a large pool of it. Oh boy. I'm like terrified because it's like I only have my imagination, right? And I don't even like, and I know I joked about like this, that the cell's gonna be covered in blood, but I'm like dreading this. This is what you get when no one bothers with cleanup for a few hours, because forensic work isn't done yet. This is what you get when there's, most certainly, a dead body somewhere. I don't want to think of the who yet. There are simply too many possibilities, too many variables unaccounted for here to form a single conclusion. However, when the chief of Luxborn police refuses to provide answers, a chill easily fills every nerve in my body. Almost in a trance, I follow after him without asking anything or saying another word. For the first time in years, I feel like a damn rookie again. Fresh out of training, newly instated, and still on my first homicide case. Except I didn't balk at the idea of seeing a dead body then. Now, his light flashes fleetingly from the far end of the hall, while CSI documents the scene and the forensics teams gather evidence. The only thing my instinct tells me is to run. As far from here as possible. As if I didn't have 10 years of detective work under my belt. It echoes inside my head like a mantra.
It's because you did this.
It's all your fault. Why won't you believe me?
Over and over and over. Rising and ebbing. A tidal wave of thoughts and murmurs surging and crashing against my ear. More deafening than the drum of my heartbeats and shallow gasps. Churning and heaving. Oh boy. till the cell finally comes into view and I'm afforded a clearer look of what's inside. Oh god. Oh god. Ah! Alright guys, alright, we might have to prepare ourselves for probably some gore. Because something tells me this is not gonna be pretty. Oh god, I'm actually really fucking nervous. Like, I'm like petrified. Alright. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god! Death knell. The whole world stands still. In one single moment, every noise, every smell, every person in the room all ceases to matter the second my eyes land on his prone form. There's only red. 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 Blood everywhere. On the floor, where a copious amount of it has pooled. On the walls, smeared on every crack and tile his hands can reach. On his face and shoulders, dripping from every gash and tear, flowing from the hollow gap where his eyes should have been.
The custodial officer found him when they brought him breakfast. It was too late. He was already dead by that time. Some 3 to 4 hours, according to the blokes from forensics.
There had been a struggle, based alone on the smear pattern left on the bars and floor, but only so much as this small cell will allow him. I can already imagine how it went down. He was likely left with no other choice, cornered like an animal at the mercy of his killer. In this cell, there would have been no escape. The only thing he would have been able to do is shout for help. Perhaps the same plea written on the floor closest to him. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help that he didn't even get. That was... oof. She gouged his eyes out? Oh my god. Man, man, this is a gory fucking path we're on, man. And it calls for a whole lot of questions. Not the hows. Logic's already flown out from the window from the start. She has the means to get to us. Get to all of us, bars and walls notwithstanding. The whys, though.
No one heard him? Not even one from the guys on duty last night?
Because Zach's not an idiot. He would have asked for help. He would have yelled.
Oh, one of them did, but thought nothing of it.
That is some negligence.
Then why didn't they do anything? He's just a room away.
They must have assumed your friend's just asking for attention. Henry wasn't clear on the details when I questioned him about it. You've been serving in this precinct for more than a decade, though. You should be aware by now how rowdy the folks we detain here can become. But that's not the only problem we have here. Someone got in and out of this place without anyone noticing. Even the surveillance footage is a bust. Tech's going over it now, but I don't think we'll get anything from it. It's the same problem with that girl's case. The one who got involved in an accident over at the 13th Avenue almost a week ago. The media will have a field day when they learn of this fray. Keep it mum for now.
Uh-oh.
I'll let you know because he's your... well, you deserve to know. The poor bloke's your friend, after all. I just don't want the commissioner hearing of this before I can tell him anything. Or at least, until we've figured out how the butcher got in.
You think this is an inside job?
Oh my god.
What else can it be? It's either that, or we have a damn good criminal mastermind walking this city.
Really, I want to say something. I want to tell him that this isn't what he's thinking. That all this time, the Anselm Butcher never existed. This is a curse that people of this city have been laughing up for centuries. The way things are going, we'll simply find ourselves at a dead end. Chances are, they'll just have to find an innocent chap to blame for everything, like what Wright did to Zach. A scapegoat for things they can't explain. But how am I supposed to tell anyone, let alone get them to believe my words? I'd sound like an idiot. Alright, I'm getting a little nervous because, it's because I don't know if it was audible, but there was some thunder outside, and I don't trust my electricity. They likely brushed me off the same way I've done with Isabella's warnings. In the end, clenching my fists at my sides and gritting my teeth is all I'm able to do. Zach's lifeless face stares back at me, and accusations in them, sharp and searing. An expression that etches itself deep within my mind once the first officer waves us both out of the room. Another ghastly image I'll never be able to forget. Just like Isabella's mangled body that night, barely breathing and still desperately clinging on to her life. Another memory that'll probably haunt me until my last dying breath. Another regret. Chief dismisses me barely an hour later, sending me off with nothing but a light pat and another sorry expression. I'm not entirely sure if that's supposed to be reassuring. There's plenty more to do. A lot of people to call and tell, and all of it falls on me. No matter how awful the news I bring will be, it'd be better if this came from a person his family and friends knew. Still, my body refuses any notion of movement. The thought of telling Rebecca about this, it'll upset her. I don't even want to imagine what his grandparents will say. They're good, kind, warm-hearted people who've given me another family even without me asking for it. They welcomed me, invited me every time, easily reminded me of what having a whole home feels like. I thought I've already forgotten it. Zach's older sister will definitely show up in my apartment, though. Ring my doorbell and punch me as soon as I open the door, just like the last time. She's right. I'm the kind of person who brings nothing but trouble. She's known all along that Zach should have stopped hanging out with me, warned him several times. Zach's often laughed her concerns off. I used to think it's because he enjoyed the friendship as much as I did, despite a huge part of it going unspoken between us throughout the years. Now he's dead. I thought I had more time. I thought he'd be safe. I acted too late. And in the deafening silence of my car, the only thing I'm able to do is close my eyes, rest my forehead against the cold surface of the steering wheel, and scream. Oh, that's so sad. Fuck. The precinct was in an uproar when Ashton arrived. After giving a few stern words to one of the junior officers, LPD's chief inspector quietly led them to where the holding cells were. And there, at the end of the hall... Oh, that actually really fucking hurts, because Ashton didn't even cry when Rebecca died. But this... Oh, this hurts. I mean, granted, I guess you could say that's like, well, the thing is that last time it was only Rebecca that died. Isabella and Zach were still okay. God, that fucking hurts, because Ashton's not known to cry. Scream until my throat bleeds raw. Scream until my lungs burn. Scream until all that remains are the guilt and the tears. The sun hangs lower when I drive back to the pub and drag myself inside, still too unsure how to break the news. Around this time, the patrons usually start to trickle into the main lounge until it reaches a peak around midnight. Today, however, it remains thin. But considering what day it isn't too worrisome for the kind of business G runs. He's always complained about the lack of a decent crowd on week start, although he doesn't really begrudge his customers for it. No one wants to start the week with a bad case of a hangover, after all. Even him. which makes the concerned look he gives me come off a bit too odd. With the kind of danger we're in, and after what happened to Zach, this swiftly puts me on the edge, even before I can fully process and analyze the scene in front of me.
Something wrong, G?
G hums, but there's an undertone of annoyance in it despite his casual and open movements. And only after he finishes wiping a tumbler and carefully settles it face down on the table does he give me an answer. The way he stares back at me honestly makes me squirm. It feels like I'm being stared down by my primary school teacher for sleeping in class again.
Nothing much. Monday's still a slow day for this place. But you, might want to check on your friends, kid. Looks like someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed while you were out.
Another question forms in my head along with a small confused frown. Though before a single syllable slips past my mouth, he gestures his head on the far side of the pub's main lounge. In a corner, Rebecca paces in deep thought, with a scowl on her face. From the looks of it, it appears woke up on the wrong side of the bed is a complete understatement. In fact, I think she might hit the next person who tests her temper. Turns out sleep isn't just what some of us need. Even G appears to understand it. In spite of his efforts to look as unconcerned as possible, there's a tense set on his shoulders. A nervous edge lingers in his eyes, as it occasionally flickers over Rebecca. He doesn't want to deal with this, especially at the start of another busy week. Neither do I. Rebecca's mood can be quite volatile, but the imploring gaze G directs at me leaves me with no other choice. It almost feels like he's guilting me into doing something about it. I hate that it's working.
You know how I run this pub, kid. No fist fights, no cat fights, no people in sullen moods, only good booze, bad puns, and off-key singing. Go fix it before it turns into something chaotic.
It's probably not as petty if Rebecca's already in that state, but I give him a nod nevertheless.
Sorry about this, G.
He hums something under his breath for an answer, and waves me off, turning away and returning to his work without another word. Even with the lack of a sizable crowd, he likes to keep himself busy. We're the same in that regard. Can't remain still, always have to stay moving, doing something, thinking, whatever keeps the brain at work. I leave him to it shortly after. Part of me wants to thank him for all the trouble he's taken for people he barely even knew. Once this is over, I should probably find some way. In the meantime, I have this immediate problem to fix. Gotta get to this before it turns into a shitstorm. The area of the pub she's in is almost deserted. I'm willing to bet my entire life savings that people are staying away only because of the brewing storm. Rebecca can have quite the mood when she's crossed. Whatever pissed her off this time, the way she's glaring at the wall already says everything. Before I can even approach and intervene, though, Rebecca soon slumps in the chair. Gingerly, she reaches up to press the bridge of her nose and breathing out a ragged exhale. She only looks like this when stress has drained both her patience and energy. Usually more than her rowdy students do, despite being no stranger to it. In the quietness of the room, I find myself drifting towards her and taking the empty seat next to her. Slowly, she leans her shoulders to mine, like she used to all those years ago. Back when all that mattered to us were grades and what kind of trouble we get into the next weekend. No curse, no letter, no ghosts. Just us and wherever our imagination would take us.
How are you holding up?
Barely, but I'll be fine. It's probably just this curse thing getting to me.
That bad, huh?
She makes a face, having been caught in her lie before allowing a small smile to replace it.
Excuse me, you're stuck in this nightmare too.
At least you're not shouting at anyone. That's something you don't see every day. I think you scared G for a bit there.
I just can't wait for this whole thing to be over. That way we can go back to how everything used to be.
You know that's impossible.
A truth. and we both falter into silence in the face of it. Her mouth opens briefly, and I assume she's about to argue her opinion about it. Maybe say something contrary to it. But eventually, she simply nods, breathes out, and relaxes her rigid posture. A rare occurrence when she almost always has something on her mind. Seeing it, a smile spreads across my face, knowing, and perhaps a little pleased. It's one thing to know of change. Watching it play out in front of me is an entirely different matter. In that one exchange, I've caught a short, clear glimpse of what's shifted, of what's inevitable. So much has changed throughout the years. We'll never be the same person we once were. And perhaps it's for the better. Rebecca notices soon enough, like she always did. Whatever she sees in my face startles her, causing her to jerk away.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Nothing. Don't mind me.
We're gonna have to tell her, Ash.
I know that look, Ashton Frey. That's definitely not a nothing. You wouldn't be wearing that expression if you didn't have something on your mind.
Really? It's nothing. It's just that when we were kids, you weren't really the kind of person who spoke her mind. Someone else always had to stand up for you. You've changed a lot, Becca.
What did you expect? It's been, what, 17, 18 years?
What I'm trying to say is, I think I like this version of you more.
Aww. A beat.
Except when you're mad, and you're yelling, and you're glaring daggers at everyone. You're pretty scary, you know.
Well, don't say that so casually. Also, if you're just going to complain, we might as well just end this talk right now.
See what I mean? Even Z-Man's scared of you. I'd bet my entire salary on it.
She swats at my arm, the gesture light and familiar. It causes us both to burst into peals of laughter afterwards. When was the last time we shared something like this? I can't even remember. It's nice, though, to have another conversation like this, to sit side by side simply enjoying each other's company. I'm not very fond of looking back to the past. Most of it means having to remember unpleasant things for me. But sometimes, coiled around the bad, there are good ones. And Rebecca's there for most of it. Things may change, but her friendship is one thing I'll hold dear. We may meet new people throughout our lives, but that doesn't mean I'll care for her any less. Which makes this whole business with the letter even more urgent. I still have one lead. So much is at stake. I can't let this curse take another one, if such a thing even makes sense when dealing with the supernatural. Holy shit. Well, we're just about halfway through, which is good. Tonight, by any means, I need to go back to that accursed place. Alone. Because who knows what we might find in there. Whether she agrees with this plan is inconsequential. With Zach gone and Isabella still in a coma, her well-being is my top priority, and I'm not just about to drag her in there with me. My apprehension must have been quite obvious in my face. In a sudden motion, Rebecca reaches out and taps my arm. Although she does it gently, it startles me, nevertheless, and it's enough to put a worried look on her. For a moment, she studies my face, eyes scrutinizing, searching. But before I can avert my gaze, keep her from getting a read on me, she straightens, her worry abruptly fading into a look of disapproval.
You have a plan in mind, don't you?
It's a simple yes or no question. I can easily lie, yet her tone completely belies everything her words mean. I may as well tell her everything. When all is said and done, she's still one of the few people I trust. However, every vein in my body knows she'll be the first one to disagree, put her foot down and stop me. And once she does, who else will be left to fix this? Her? I understand her concerns, but there are times when they're misplaced. This complication isn't what I need at the moment. But what am I supposed to say? What is she expecting to hear from me? What answer will satisfy her? She certainly appears like she's hoping for more than a yes or no, for an answer I can't give at the moment. What else then? What do I want to say? Keep her in the dark or offer a vague answer? I think it's the thing is, we know Rebecca hates being lied to. I think it's just best to offer a vague answer.
Need to head off somewhere tonight.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna make... Because I feel like if we just lie to her and keep her in the dark about shit, she's not gonna like it. A vague answer. It's all I can offer, and hopefully this will be enough. It's not an outright lie, but that thought doesn't make me feel any less awful about this. It's worse when you know she's asking only because she's worried. Part of me wants to tell her, admit exactly what I'm planning tonight. What good will it do, though? I do intend to tell G before leaving tonight. He has to know, if he's going to be keeping an eye on her for me. One person is already enough, however. Hell, simply letting someone in on the plan makes me iffy. Broadening that circle and revealing too much would just cause another pointless concern. But someone has to be aware, at least of where I'm heading off to, in case things don't pan out. Expect the worst, even if I've only intended to do a quick survey of the place. In my own words, risky. Rebecca doesn't need to know the kind of danger I might be throwing myself into tonight. I don't even want to think about what she'll say, the second she finds out I'm doing exactly as I told her not to. She should prioritize herself and her own safety first before others. But it's never that easy with her, is it?
Am I allowed to ask questions this time?
You're asking one right now, aren't you?
It's a serious question, Ashton. Yes or no?
You can, but I can't promise I'll answer them.
That's a nice way of saying no. You might as well just tell me to shut up.
You know I don't mean it like that.
Is there something I can do at least?
Jesus. For an instant I hesitate, pausing, fumbling for an answer. It's more difficult with her, because all this time she still looks to me as if I'm the same kid from years ago. Who she depended on when she's yet to find herself. Who she turned to for answers, despite my lack of them. It makes me all the more afraid to fuck up this time. And in case I do, she's the last person I want to be with me. Getting her into trouble, getting her killed is not how I want to repay the friendship she's so generously offered after all these years. My friends aren't supposed to be the ones taking the repercussions of my mistakes. Those are of my own doing, of my own responsibility. A fear, a heavy weight on my shoulders they shouldn't be dragged into carrying. However, if there's one thing I can trust her with...
Stay safe.
And then, a moment's pause. A hesitation, while I try to choose the words to use, while I figure out how to break it to her. Because despite having never grown closer with Zach, unlike with Isabella, he's also a friend to her. He's a loss all the same, for both of us.
Because Zach won't be with us anymore.
The words won't form and my throat closes up. But I don't need to look at her to know she's taking this news. There's a sorrow in her, palpable enough, as soon as the meaning of what I've said sinks in. A pain I can't even hope to understand, one that we'll both deal with in our own ways. In the end, I can only urge her to carry on.
You're good with that kind of stuff.
You don't need to remind me. I can take care of myself well enough.
Well, it looks like we're just about halfway through now. A grimace is on her face, but I know she'll do it, even without me asking for it. She cares more than anyone, more than what her fiery temper expresses. And it eases something in me. Sure enough, after a stretch of silence, she eventually nods. She doesn't entirely agree with this. It's in the distant look on her face, but she's willing to trust me on this. For now, that's enough. Either way, it's best that we simply leave things here for now. There's already an understanding. Albeit something we both don't agree with. No need to push it further. With a light, reassuring squeeze to her shoulder, I stand up. At the same time, footsteps shuffle from the pub's entrance and cheerful chatter suddenly fills the room as a group of people enter. It's all the distraction I need. Aw, that's so sweet! When Ashton showed up at the pub's main lounge again, he found Rebecca alone in a corner. Even without him saying anything, Rebecca knew he had a plan in mind. Something he could only hint at, to Rebecca's disappointment. When all was said and done, the detective simply asked her to stay safe. Aw, that's such a cute picture! I kind of wonder, because I remember last time, when Isabella was in this position, if we're gonna have, like, a little scene of Ashton and Rebecca in the parking lot. Because I remember, like, before Ash went to the Ermengarde mansion, Isabella stopped them and they were able to have, like, a nice little talk. I kind of wonder if Rebecca's gonna have that, too. Muttering an excuse and flashing Rebecca a quick smile, I beat a hasty exit out of the main lounge and leave her on her own, despite the troubled look she shoots me. Before Rebecca can say what's on her mind. Before the last frustrated glare she directs my way forces me to change my mind. It's another lasting image that firmly etches itself in my memory, one that spurs the conscience, among other things. I just hope I won't regret what I've chosen for myself tonight. Oh, maybe not. Galway Shaw's Monday night crowd, although small and barely occupies a quarter of the whole pub, provides ample enough cover for anyone who wishes to leave the place unnoticed. Just exactly what I need tonight. With the lively music and chatter, slipping out, mostly unseen, becomes a piece of cake. Without much trouble, soon enough, I find myself standing outside, under the chilly Luxborn night. A gust of wind picks up shortly after I step out, carrying the telltale smell of an impending rain. I'll give it about an hour or two before it starts. From the looks of it, tonight will be another downpour, maybe even stronger than the one we've had this morning. On instinct, I hunch further into my jacket, hugging its thick material closer to my body, while I weave my way through the lines of empty cars in the parking lot. 4 hours is all I'm giving myself to get this done. Regardless of how generous that is, each second's just as important as the next. With a brief detour needed, I can't waste time dallying here. If this is all connected, I need that damn piece of paper with me, however ridiculous it sounds. If I remember correctly, it's among the stuff Rebecca brought that first night at the hospital. I'll find out soon enough. I just hope Isabella's aunt hasn't read or disposed of it yet. That'll be a whole different problem. So I hurry, one footstep over the other, echoing as I make a beeline for my car. But, as with every plan, problems crop up at the last second. It's practically a universal rule. And it does. In the form of a lone figure waiting for me next to my car. Oh, we are having a scene! Rebecca turns just as I near, the corners of her mouth twitching up in a wry smile. She offers no greeting except for a slight tilt of her head. Even as my pace slows and I look at her with all the unvoiced questions in my eyes, she remains wordless, merely throwing her head back and shifting her attention up at the starless sky when I come up to stand beside her. Another gust of wind blows as she breathes out a sigh, weary, thick with something close to resignation. The breeze carries all of it away, while she hugs her arms closer to herself to keep warm, which raises the question why she's out here. The air's already heavy with the promise of rain. With clouds obscuring the view, there's really nothing left to look at but a dark blanket of nothingness. Still, she stands here as if she's intentionally waiting for everything to fall. That, or she's here for some other reason. But before I can voice a single word, express a disapproval of any kind, she raises a halting hand at me, sharply cutting off the rest of my question.
I'm not here to stop you, wherever it is you're planning to go off tonight. I won't be able to anyway. You look like you've already made up your mind.
Go back inside. It's going to rain soon. It'll probably be even heavier than the downpour we had this morning. You wouldn't want to be caught in it.
I will, in a moment. I just want to stay out here a bit for some air, away from the noise inside. Everything's been so chaotic these days. This little break is nice, even if it means standing in the middle of a parking lot, of all places. Getting out of this mess would definitely be better, but hey, you take what you can get, right?
It'll be over soon.
The confidence in my own words surprises even me. How do I know? Why am I so sure? When, in truth, what I'm about to do is a last-ditch effort. If this fails, if I don't find anything, we're back to square one. It's the last lead I have. After this, we have nothing else to go off of. Regardless, it seems to amuse her, and her laughter soon sounds above the murmur of the distant traffic and the light drafts sweeping around us.
How I wish. I'll be content as long as she stops showing up in my mind whenever I close my eyes.
I think that may take some time. The brain doesn't easily forget trauma.
I can try. But, you know, it also did a lot to us.
Tell me about it. The back of my head's still smarting from my fall last night.
Not that kind. I'm talking about us. As people. I hate to admit it, but this whole deal with the ghost, with the curse, it also brought out an ugly side to us. To all of us.
Wait.
And it made me realize plenty of things.
Are we actually getting this scene?
About myself. About us.
Let's fucking go, Rebecca! Let's fucking go! Rebecca trails off. Suddenly, a pensive expression spreads across her face. I've seen it countless times before. And every time I see it on her, it's usually followed by a memory. A silly story, or even something embarrassing I've said from childhood. Unlike me, who'd much rather forget, she remembers each of them so easily. And after a short bout of silence, when she smiles, I know this is one of those times again.
Do you remember that one time, back in secondary?
Which one? We did a lot of dumb things back then. Well, I did, but you get the point.
Mandy.
I thought you still don't like her. Don't tell me you've kept in contact with her. Are you guys friends now or something?
Oh no. We do see each other sometimes. On the way to work or when I go out for lunch, but it's nothing like that. We're not friends. Not in this lifetime. I don't think so. I don't think we'll ever get along, but if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't even be friends, yeah? You stood up for me that day. And from then on, things have changed.
She makes it sound like I'm some sort of hero. Mandy was in the wrong. Of course I'd defend her. If no one's going to stand up for her, who else will? Chances are it would have escalated, and who knows, maybe she would have stopped going to school or transferred. Any decent human being with an ounce of sense should know better. I acted because I knew what I was doing was right. It's as simple as that. Yet, she smiles as if it's worth more than that. A fondness that goes beyond nostalgia.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, this time, I don't want this to go unsaid. You know, just in case something happens.
Come on, Rebecca. Say it. Tell him.
Ash,
Tell him.
I've always been in love with you.
Yes! There you go! Yes! 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 Oh, thank God! There you go, Rebecca! Yes! I'm sorry. I'm so happy because I kept telling you guys, like, if I have the choice, I will fucking make her tell him. I am so happy she did it. Okay, gotta get back into it. She says it so plainly, holding my gaze, and in a voice too frank, that her admission stuns me into silence. Like the wind has suddenly been knocked out of me in one fell swoop. No words will form, not even a single coherent thought as the meaning of her words bear down on me. Nevertheless, she continues, desperate to express everything she's kept to herself all these years. This is what the fondness is. Why, for her, it weighs heavier than any feelings of nostalgia can carry.
Since that time in secondary? Since I made that promise to never leave?
Oh!
I've always truly loved you.
Afterwards, there's relief, a weight suddenly being lifted from her shoulders after so long. She closes her eyes and lets out a breath. When she looks back to me, though, there's nothing but hope in them, eyes that are searching for an answer. Facing the sincerity behind her words, I find myself grasping, scrambling for the words. Because as much as this pains me to admit, I can't give her the same affection she's asking from me. We might have spent so many years alongside each other. Hell, we practically grew up together. But that never automatically meant I'll ever hold her feelings that... But that never automatically means I'll ever hold for her feelings that go beyond the boundaries of friendship. I do appreciate her presence in my life. I'm more than glad that she's stuck with me even through the toughest moments. Even when she finds me difficult or aggravating. However, it's all there really is to it. She's a close, important friend to me, but nothing more.
Rebecca, I'm...
I draw in a breath, ragged, unsure, uncertain how and which words to put together, so it will hurt her less, so the wounds they might leave won't be as deep or scar. Though before I can even string two phrases together, she lifts a hand to my mouth and silences me. A smile's on her face, kinder than every single one I've seen from her so far. It's nice to see it on her. It suits her more than the glares of the frowns. But at the same time, it only serves to baffle me.
You don't have to answer me.
Yeah, but you should... I should...
No, I mean, you don't need to.
She already knows you don't feel the same way.
Okay, now I'm really confused. One moment you're saying you've been in love with me since secondary, now you're telling me to shut up?
If you want to interpret it like that, all right.
No, really. Some explanation would be nice, Becca. Because a lot of things are going on right now, and I'm afraid I can't catch up. Especially with this curveball you just threw.
It means what it means, Ashton. You don't need to answer me. I don't really need to hear it anymore. It's not that I don't want to. Believe me, if I were the same person I was before this whole thing happened to us, I'd be elated. Excited even. But, like I said, I also realized some things. Understood myself more. Ash, I did love you.
Oh.
Ever since we were kids, all those times you defended me from bullies. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Even after this.
A change of heart? What does that mean?
But at the end of the day, once you take a closer look at everything, it also turned me into a really selfish person. When you think about it, maybe the Ashton I loved isn't the one standing in front of me right now. Maybe all this time, I'm still clinging on to that aloof kid I met 17 years ago. I didn't even consider that you have a mind of your own. That one day, it won't just be the two of us. That you'll find someone else then. And it won't be me.
I'm sorry, Becca.
I'm not even sure what I'm apologizing for. That I can't return her feelings? Or because I'm somehow holding myself responsible for this, even if up until now I had no idea how she felt. Regardless, she continues to smile through all of it.
It's not your fault. Don't say that.
Yeah, it's not your fault, Ash. Like, you can't help how you feel, and if you don't feel any romantic inkling towards her, that's not your fault.
I'm the one who should apologize. Since I suddenly sprung this up on you when you have other things to do.
Listen, me as the player, I'm just like, listen, you had to tell him sooner or later, and I wanted it to be in this game.
I just thought I should let you know, so I can finally let this whole thing go.
There you go, Rebecca.
One question, though.
I'm actually really happy.
Are you going to tell her?
Oh.
When she wakes up?
Tell what to who?
I pause, frowning. A brief moan of doubt while I try to figure out what she's talking about all of a sudden. When it finally sinks in, though, my bewilderment hastily gives way to utter embarrassment.
Oh.
That delivery.
Oh, shit.
Damn it, that delivery, I love it. Oh, that delivery, I love it. Heat abruptly crawls up to my face, no matter my efforts to keep it down. In the end, I can only look away from her, afraid of what else she'll see in it.
Did you really think no one would notice?
Was it that obvious?
It was surprisingly easy to tell, but that was probably because I've known you longer than anyone.
Fuck, who else knows?
I think Zach suspects.
Well, he's no longer alive, so...
Shit.
You're embarrassingly lame when you're trying too hard. It's almost painful to watch. Don't worry. With your terrible way of flirting, and knowing her, I'm quite sure Belle has no idea, even now. Not even a clue.
Harsh, Rebecca. Really harsh. I could use a vote of confidence, you know.
She laughs, loud, the kind that's free of any burden, ringing above the wind, slowly picking up as the storm clouds approach. With it, however, the awkward atmosphere lifts at last. There's only that camaraderie we've shared since meeting in that classroom 17 years ago.
I'm serious, though. Tell her. And if you ever make her cry, I'll hit you with every damn history book I have on my shelf. Clear?
Noted, ma'am.
Anyway, thanks for hearing me out. I won't keep you long. I know you have things to do. Just promise me you'll be careful, all right?
She doesn't wait for an answer. Instead, she gives me a push, with a force only heavy enough to throw me off balance. Caught unawares by the gesture, for a few moments, I fight for purchase against my car's trunk, bracing my hand on its smooth surface. Aww. Ashton left for the mansion at nightfall, but when he got to his car, he found Rebecca waiting for him. Fearing she might not have the chance, Rebecca confessed her feelings. But before he could answer, Rebecca stopped him, admitted she had been selfish and she was letting him go. She only wanted him to know. Oh. When I look up, with a string of reprimands ready at the tip of my tongue, Rebecca's already halfway through the parking lot. There's a small skip in her step, while the breeze carries the light tune she's whistling. On a whim, I let its notes be the last thing I commit to memory before slipping inside my car and driving off. It sounds like a new beginning, more than anything. Another reason to be optimistic. That was a really good scene. I really liked that. I mean, one, of course, that, Rebecca finally confessed to Ashton that she loved him. But I also really liked the fact that she was like, that she admitted, like, maybe I don't, like, I don't want to say I don't really love you, but, like, maybe I was just loving the, like, a version of you that doesn't exist anymore. Maybe I only love the you that's in my head and not the you that's in front of me, which is a good point. And I love the fact that she, like, was, real, and I love the fact that she was so introspective and realized, like, I've been selfish. I should have realized that it wouldn't be just the two of us anymore, and that you were going to presumably fall in love with someone else. And you know what? That's okay. I've been selfish, but I'm admitting that now, and I'm letting you go. Like, I really liked that scene. That was actually a really good scene. I don't know, it's like, I'm actually really happy with that scene. It was such a sweet moment. Anyway, it was such a sweet moment. I love that. Alright. The wind has already picked up upon my arrival at Ermengarde Hospital. Somewhere, the faint sound of thunder booms, filtering even through the concrete walls of the place. Though sparsely manned around this hour, the on-duty nurse's lively chatter easily fills the lobby. Just check it right now. Some recognize and coax me into joining them when I pass by, but all of it's been turned down in favor of rushing straight to Isabella's room. Her aunt's nowhere to be found when I slip inside. On the bed, Isabella remains still, with the constant beeping of the machines as the only sign she still lives. Same as the other day, as well as the day before that. Nothing's changed in her condition. And every single time I've stepped in this room, the sight of her weak and motionless still sends a painful pang in me. Despite what the doctors have been telling us, despite what Rebecca seems to have convinced herself, I'd like to believe she'll still make it through. And when she wakes up, all of this will be over.
Hey, scaredy cat. Hang in there, all right? I'm going to fix this mess we're in. And once you're okay, you're buying a whole month's worth of ice cream. Wait for me.
She won't be able to answer. Not yet. But I imagine her laughing at me right now, daring me to make good on that silly promise. And I will. Finding the letter among her belongings doesn't take long. 5 minutes later, I'm fishing it out from one of the side pockets of the bag Rebecca brought with her before, the second night after Isabella's confinement. Snitching letters! What the f- To think no one bothered to throw this away. I guess that's lucky. I mean, look at this thing. I wouldn't take it seriously if it wasn't for all the fucked up shit that's been happening lately. This is the sort of stupid people pass along as a prank through emails and text messages, for fuck's sake. Did people seriously make copies of this and pass them around to try and save themselves from a possible curse? That's the inane logic that could be garnered from the fact that there are multiple victims. Was Isabella not safe because she had simply shown us this one instead of sending 5 different ones? What sort of selfish person would even endanger 5 other people just to save their own skin? More importantly, what does this have to do with the mansion? There will be time for answers later. I've wasted enough time here. Quickly, I stuff the letter into my pocket. With one last look at her prone form, I close the door behind me and head back to my car. Alright. Ashton dropped by Ermengarde Memorial Hospital for a visit before heading off for Anselm Village. Upon leaving, he promised the comatose Isabella that he would find a way to break the curse, and he wouldn't be able to do that without the letter still in her possession. Within 10 minutes, I'm driving out of Luxbourne and heading straight for Anselm Village. In the distance, flashes of lightning light up the horizon. Actually, where am I? Okay. Light up the horizon, white and sharp against the black curtain of the night. Thunder threatens with a rumble, seconds later echoing long across the heavens. And with one last roar, the skies open in earnest. November 1st. Alright, and this is stuff we already saw. Alright. Alright, so what's going on here? Let's see. However, let's see, sometime after the housewarming party, Wright had suddenly grown a brain and tightened the security around the mansion, likely because of what Zack did. A guard is now stationed at every possible point of entry. The main entryway, the back door leading to the kitchens. Alright, that's not new. Oh, we're here. There's Marianne.
Look, I know you'd rather see Luke Wright choke on his own wine glass, but...
Alright. Where are we in terms of everything? Okay.
Damn right I do! He can just go.
But are you really sure you want to leave him like this? And what about his wife?
It strikes a chord. She falters, grows quiet as the tension lifts from her and her shoulders slump. I do understand her issues with this. In fact, she doesn't have to go with me, only tell me enough info so I can figure it out on my own. She can always leave afterwards, be done with this whole damn mansion and let her. The other end of this tunnel leads right into the forest. Alright, so that's not new.
What about Zack?
Oh, here we go.
Wrongfully accused. You couldn't even get him out.
What about Isabella? She warned you, didn't she? And you think you deserve to even an ounce of her love? How dare you even confess your wretched feelings on her bedside? You can't even save her. You can't even do anything for her. Someone's dead because of you!
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
How does it feel, I wonder? To know you're responsible for all of this?
I think we've seen this. Yeah.
Who can tell my friend what might have happened here? She's at the crawl. You know the place, right? You know the place, right?
Alright, that's not new. Uh-oh. Oh. Back to that scene again.
Tell me, what did you do with the madam?
I was playing Roblox and found something. What did you find? Please don't let it be porn. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I thought this. Okay. Yeah, we're almost nearing the end of Ashton's route. Also, what do you mean, what did I do with the madam? Isn't Hannah alright in this safe? I have no idea what he's talking about. Did something happen to Hannah Wright?
Now answer my question. What did you do with the madam?
What are you talking about? I didn't do shit. The pain rings and resonates through my already sore body. Still, I managed to write it out and spit a muteness. Let's see, that's not news. Oh, Rebecca's gonna be the one to save me. All right. Hearing that voice, it's as if I've been doused with a bucket full of ice, cold water. Familiar. Too familiar. And more importantly, it shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be hearing it here. She shouldn't be here. She should still be at the hospital. Safe. Wait, what? Oh my god! I was just joking about it being porn! That should be reported. That should be reported. Yet it seems a part of me still hangs on to a sliver of hope that she'll be here. So without sparing it some thorough thought, I snap my eyes open. Of course, there's no one. Wait, was that Rebecca? I mean, not Rebecca. Isabella?
Ashton Frey!
Yeah, it is Isabella. Okay, I thought it was Rebecca.
Did you really think she'd be here?
Except for the murmur of voices in my ears, whispering phrases as sharp as a blade, each one as scathing as the next. Words that, although I know my own friends wouldn't ever utter, still digs a deep wound, seeping into me as if there's simply another truth.
It's useless, Ashton Frey.
But repeat a lie often enough and it becomes the truth, they say. And slowly, a part of me is starting to believe it. Damn it!
You aren't going to die.
Also, how did you start a cult by accident?
Shut up.
I'm surprised you're still awake.
Another bout of pain erupts in my side, cutting off my words. A cry of agony bursts from my mouth. I can taste blood on my tongue as I heave, attempting to get in as much air despite the towel still coiled around my neck.
You bastard.
You're going to lose air quickly that way, Dummkopf. Better keep it shut.
Then he laughs, too cruel, too unforgiving. The way each note beats against my ears, in spite of the warmth in them, sends chills down my spine. This is a man whose hands have already been stained with blood before. He won't hesitate.
And you are going to die alone.
Panic surges within me. Out of some instinct and desire to survive, I ducked, hard, pulling him forward with me and quickly reaching over my shoulder to grab at his arm. Holy shit! Narrow escape! Oh my god! Fucking body slam his ass! And throwing him over my shoulder with as much strength as I can muster. Something whizzes against my ears. The towel on my neck loosens. My head is pounding. In a rush of air, he lands back first on the floor with a heavy slap. Oh, I guess the cricket's in here too. Before he can even recover or make a grab at me, I'm drawing back my arm and bringing my fist down on his face. There's a moan of silence. Fuck, I can barely keep my eyes open. But in the next second, his grip on me loosens. He's out. And I'm... That was badass as fuck. The sobs led Ashton to the mansion's attic. In the middle of the room, he found a woman crouched on the floor crying. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. Ashton attempted to fight back, but his attacker quickly disarmed him, looping a towel around his neck and strangling him. But just when he was about to lose consciousness, a familiar voice called out to him. Alright, so this time Ashton was able to save himself. He didn't need Isabella. That was fucking awesome, though! Alright. I collapsed on the floor, dazed and gasping for air. From my peripheral, through the haze of blood rushing and sound slowly filtering back, the butler lay still. Knocked unconscious by a man half his size and half breathing.
He'll be out for a while.
I have no idea whether I should laugh or cry at that. But it's done, and slowly, every tense muscle in my body eases. A long, gradual process of the tension lifting. For countless seconds, I remain quiet, with only my short gasps and sighs to fill the silence, allowing the adrenaline to ebb away and my breathing to slow. Not a true repose by any means, but simply a brief respite. There's still the curse. I'm still inside the mansion, in imminent danger. I still have no idea how to fix this. Outside, the rain seems to only intensify. Lightning flashes fleetingly somewhere, white and piercing, and the sky rumbles. No rest for the wicked. I stir minutes later once recovered, having regained some semblance of sense and strength. Breathing still hurts, but it's bearable, as is moving, although every small motion causes a wince. There'll be bruising tomorrow! I can manage. Retrieving my gun from under the bed is easy. But only with some effort, I'm able to drag an unconscious man to the far end of the room, snapping one end of a handcuff on his wrist, while fastening the other on the bed frame. A sand cult! Okay. That should keep him restrained for a few hours, while I'm free to get the fuck out of here and do what I've come here for. That isn't to say I'm all better. I still feel shaky after what happened. Everything still hurts. But this is a significant improvement from my previous predicament. Without another look back, I closed the room behind me, ignoring the whispers and desperate cries still ringing in my ears. Power still hasn't come back when I make my way downstairs. Tricky, considering the stairs to the attic are a bit odd. One misstep and anyone might end up slipping and falling. You're lucky if that's all that'll happen to you.
With the stairs this steep, a broken neck is a likely outcome.
With nothing to guide me through the darkness, I have to feel my way down. Carefully listening for each creak and noise, checking each step I land on before placing a foot on it. Uh-oh. Yeah, give me your business pitch. How are you going to lure members to your sand cult? Right on cue, the same board I'm stepping on creaks and suddenly breaks, the pieces falling somewhere with a dull thunk.
Oh, shit. Scumbag wouldn't be too happy about that. Ow, my foot.
Outside, the winds have intensified. Even from here, I can hear the gusts battering the window in the attic. It makes you wonder why, up until now, the only person I've encountered from this house is the butler. Although, to some degree, that makes sense. He is in charge of running the place. Where are the other servants, though? In this storm, wouldn't anyone want to stay inside? A likely assumption is they're all asleep. The route I've taken doesn't really pass by the rooms they've likely assigned as the servants' quarters. However, they've also heightened security. I've brushed it off earlier, thinking they'll be posted a lot closer to where the master's rooms are. But the second floor is devoid of anyone as well. As if every inhabitant of this place has suddenly disappeared overnight. More importantly, where's that scumbag? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The fact that I'm here right in the fucking middle of it makes me all the more queasy. And that feeling only escalates once only escalates once I reach the landing and swing the door open. Only to be greeted by the kitchen, pots, pans, and all. There's confusion as I look wildly around the place, wordlessly taking in my surroundings. With each turn and shift of my eyes, apprehension slowly dawns on me like a bag of bricks. Wasn't that door supposed to open to a hallway? But the pressing matter right now is... Rebecca! Where the fuck were you? In one corner, Rebecca watches almost as surprised to see me. McCullough's also with her. Of course, she didn't listen to me, even if I've already exceeded the 15 minutes we've agreed on. Wait, what the hell am I doing? There we go. The cult of the sand isn't just about sand. It's about the metaphor it sends us about life. It's rough and coarse. I was thinking of the meme. It's rough and coarse, but it also has warmth as an endless bound of creativity. That's actually a pretty decent pitch. I swear to God, though, when I read the "it's rough and coarse," I was going into the Star Wars meme of like, I hate sand. It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere. Alright. Although, color and strength seem to have already returned to her, enough for her to be able to stand unassisted. The empty plate on the counter appears to have played a part in that. Good news, I guess. As for the other one, however, relieved as I am that she had the sense not to venture deeper into the mansion, I can't help but roll my eyes at her. Although she preempts me with a reprimand of her own.
Did you really think you could hide this from me?
Why are you here?
I had to, Becca.
You know, if I didn't ask a G, I wouldn't even have any idea. I know I said I won't stop you, but I had no idea this was where you planned on going.
So the first thing you did is go straight here, too.
What do you think?
And how did you even get in here?
All three of us exchange a look. One that I absolutely don't like.
Someone was screaming, Ash. It led me here.
Without warning, the door behind me slams shut.
We need to get out of here.
Screw right. I need to get these people out of here. Well, we're almost approaching the end of Ash's route. Lucky we're in the kitchen and we have two ways out. The back door and the cellar offers. Except the hatch won't budge when I pull at it, and neither does the back door. As if something has locked it firmly on the other side. Rebecca also gives it a few tries, but even then, it won't open. There's a long bout of silence in which we simply look at each other, likely sharing the same thoughts. We're trapped. Something or someone has intentionally led us here. Fuck. In that same moment, once realization dawns in, something shifts again. Blood. Whoops, did not mean to do that. I meant to skip. Because this is not new.
She will eventually die because of you. And you are going to die alone.
Shut your fucking mouth.
You know it's true, though. All right.
It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it.
We here at the cult wish to provide that same warmth and freedom to create that sand provides. It's a welcoming group with a break of the harshness of life. Will you join us? How long did it take you to write that? How long? And I'm not saying this to be mean, like, how long? I want to know.
You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
Oh boy. Oh, wait a minute. Rebecca helps McCullough first, assisting her up and through the gap. The moment the interior designer is in, I nod for her to go through.
Go ahead. I'll watch your back.
Surprisingly, she follows without any protests. Not that there's any need to. Sometime after entering this whole room, the whole place has calmed down. No wails, no whispers, just a silence too deafening. But I'm not letting my guard down until everyone's on the other side of this nightmare safe. 20 minutes! Wow. Man, that's impressive. For all I know, this may just be a calm before another storm. Without further incident, however, Rebecca makes it to the other side and I'm following after her. However odd this hush is, I turn my back from it and climb up. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze myself in. The unease remains, though. Maybe it's the adrenaline still coursing through me, or how easy everything's been after living through that nightmare, fleeting as it is. But for some reason, something's still nagging at me. Call it a detective's instinct or my training or whatnot. I have a feeling something's going to happen and catch us unprepared. Unconsciously, before dropping down on the better side of this dream, my hand shifts to the gun at my hip. Instinct has never failed me before. My feet haven't even landed firmly on the floor when... Well, this is new. Oh boy, we are almost at the end of Ash's route. Can we make him live this time? The handgun catches my eyes first, next to that smarmy smile on his face while he holds McCullough and Rebecca at gunpoint. It's sight enough to lodge a painful thorn up my throat. I've been too complacent. Too focused on other things that I've completely set aside the fact the scumbag wouldn't be too pleased to see us here without knowing our reasons. But even with those good intentions, curses and ghostly apparitions aside, we're still trespassing in his home. The question is, if he's even aware that the whole of his household has somehow disappeared and he might be the only one here. Likely not. Fuck. Even with people he knows among the crowd, there's a significant effort in him not to simply shoot everyone on sight. We'll just call it a cult for, like, humor's sake.
And really, Daisy, even you, what would Kylie say?
Luke, this isn't what you're thinking. You have to listen to us. There's something going on here.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What's your excuse? Checking on T.O. Luke? Is this an evaluation you teachers are so fond of? Is that it? Is this what this is? I'm doing good, by the way. Kylie just paid a visit yesterday. Lots of drawings involved.
Luke, please.
Oh, please what?
Just this once. Will you listen to what people are telling you? You need to leave this place as soon as you can.
Tut, not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight. Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman.
Can't say the same for feathers here, though.
But really now? I swear! People need to stop breaking into my house! This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
Casually, he waves the handgun at them as if it's just a mere toy and his words are no threat. The safety's off on his. Nothing's stopping him from pushing through with his words. Call me paranoid, but at the slight gesture, I draw my own and level it at him. Finger on the trigger and ready to release the safety catch in case things go south. Oh, here we go again! Here we go again! Alright, this is not new. Oh boy! Alright, this is the last choice of Ashton's route. I remember this. We chose to disarm him, and that led to a death. Wait, did it? Why is it telling me no? It didn't. Ashton died! Alright, we're gonna have to beg him to listen. Who knows, maybe this will actually keep us alive. My life's not the only one at risk here, however. There's Rebecca. McCullough's here as well. We're all unknowing victims to this fucking curse. I'm in no position to pick who to save and who I should simply let die. It's a 50-50 chance, who cares anyway? I care, damn it! We already lost 2 people! I don't want to make a 3rd! And something's happened to Hannah even though she was safe. So who knows what's happening? I suppose my pride can take a few hits and I can set aside my beef with this asshole. Taking a deep breath, slowly I lower my pistol. Alright, are you gonna listen to me? Though still on the edge and at ready, in case he does something, I do my best to assume a less aggressive stance.
Listen, right. I need you to...
Swallow your pride.
You broke into my house, and somehow, you expect me to listen like a good little boy.
Yes, because if you don't, we're gonna die.
Are you a bit touched in the head, Feathers? I'm not the one breaking laws here.
Look here, fucker. If I wanted you dead, I could have done it so many times.
Look here, fucker.
In fact, I can easily shoot you down right here, right now. And you won't be able to do a damn thing, even with that gun.
Let me just check. Okay, that did not affect the relationship values. Suddenly he laughs. Almost howling, in fact. Like I've just told him the best joke he's heard all his life. The only thing missing is for him to keel over and start rolling around on the floor. All while I do my best not to sock him with the sorry end of my pistol.
You have guts, Feathers. You have guts. Did you hear what you just told me? You've just threatened me inside my own house. My own home. You know what I'm thinking right now? In another lifetime, we would have probably gotten along well.
He's right on that, at least. I might have ended up like him if I didn't have Professor Andrew, Rebecca, Zach, and Isabella. One mistake and it would have been too late for me. With his laughter rings all of those possibilities I could have lived, but I've never been given the choice. All because I have other people with me. People who care. A sobering realization. But not so much when suddenly his chuckling stops. In 2 heartbeats, he marches towards me, grabs my collar, and aims his gun right at my head.
Luke, no!
No, 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 no! No, no, no! Am I seriously gonna die again? At this distance, a slight flick of that finger on the trigger will be able to do more than kill me.
What is it that you people really want with me?
We just want you to listen to us!
This is the 3rd time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game. Did the NCA send you to apprehend me, or has somebody paid you off to kill me? Which one is it, Feathers? Mind you, my arm's getting tired. Better answer quick if you don't want to beat the business end of this gun.
We're trying to save you! I keep my eyes trained on him, in spite of the huge threat he poses right now. Because if there's anything people like him, like us, prefer, it's honesty. You don't give that impression without keeping a solid eye contact.
I'm not with NCA. I'm just here to help. There's something else in this house and we're all in danger. You have to believe me, right? You need to let us go. You need to get out of here before it's too late. If you want to keep your sorry ass alive, you'll listen to people with more brain cells than you.
Why, you insolent!
His finger moves, but I'm prepared, my hand ready to reach up, disarm him, and knock him out. If I have to drag him out of this place unconscious, to keep him from suffering the fates of every other person who's died from this curse, so be it. However, before either of us can fire a shot or tackle the other to the ground, another voice echoes throughout the foyer. A small little thing compared to the storm raging outside. It rings above it, nevertheless, causing all of us to stop and turn. Oh! Oh! This is different! Hannah, no! No, don't do it! Don't kill her! At the top of the staircase, Hannah Wright stands. To make matters worse, that thing's behind her, menacing. A rotting hand wrapped firmly around her neck. She looks like death. Pale and shaky, eyes red with tears, we nearly don't hear her as she pleads.
Luke, help me. Please.
Oh, honey. Outside, another streak of lightning flashes and a clap of thunder ripples across the sky. In death's grip. As if this whole thing can't get any more foobar than it already is. Oh boy. In spite of the danger Luke Wright posed at the moment, Ashton lowered his gun and assumed an imploring tone towards the man he hated. Amidst the tense air, a voice suddenly echoed in the foyer. There, at the top of the grand staircase, stood Hannah Wright. Imagine her No! Hey! Look, Ashton's alive! Ashton's alive! Yay! I'm so happy! He's not dead this time! Thank God! Alright, I think we should actually take a little bit of a break, because we have Luke's path now. As soon as I can find Luke. Alright, we're just gonna be taking a little break, but I want to see shit. Oh wow, we got a lot of this shit. We got a lot of shit for chapter 6. Wow, 75% for Rebecca, nice. And then 58 for Ashton. I was gonna say, where's his, yeah. So I don't want to pull this up because it's super gory, but yeah, there's Ashton discovering Zach's body. And yeah, it doesn't look good. Doesn't look great. Let's see. God, we have so many CGs to unlock for Luke. We still need to get more of this shit. 48%! We're almost halfway through the achievements. Nice. Let's see. Oh, half-baked knowledge. Get into VRC on your own. A change of heart. Hear out the affection someone used to hold for you. Okay. Death knell. It's one bad news after another. Oh my god, that's Zach's camera broken! No! Snitching letters. Retrieve the letter before heading out. Oh wait, yeah. Narrow escape. Get out of a tricky situation by a hair's breadth. Swallow your pride. There are more important things no matter how much you hate his guts, and in Death's grip. As if this whole thing can't get any more foobar than it already is. I love this, though. Alright. We are going to be taking a quick break. I actually... God, how different is the epilogue going to be this time around? Because Rebecca and Ashton are both alive, Zach's dead, Isabella's in a coma, and Hannah has not been driven insane this time around. So it's like, what is gonna happen? Alright. Alright, that's fair. We're in intermission anyway. Alright, so go get some snacks, some drinks. You know, pretty much just do whatever it is you need to do, because we are gonna be right back to the game, but we're just gonna be taking a quick break. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat as well. Alright, I'm back. Got something to eat. And I remembered to open it before I unmuted myself. Sorry about that. Oh man, I did get to play D&D Friday night. Unfortunately, it wasn't the main campaign again. We had to finish up the one shot. Oh my god, it was so fucking funny. Because I think if I remember right, I remember talking about this D&D one-shot and talking about how, like, you know, we spared one dragon and now we were gonna go back and, deal with our patron. Well... that's a lot of shit. Sorry, I'm kind of like a little flustered because I saw something that I was like, yay. Oh, this week's gonna be busy for me. This week's gonna be busy for me. In unrelated terms, sorry. So stupid. But anyway, as I was saying, I got to but yeah, we finished up the one shot. And it fucking, how do I explain this? It fucking went to a place I don't think any of us expected. No one expected the ending we got. All because of me. Like, the funny thing is that, like, player T, who I was playing with, he starts what happened. He basically is the instigator for it, but I pretty much just, like... ran with it to the point that it completely affected us. And it was so fucking funny. Sorry about that, I had to send a message real quick. But, basically, so it turns out that our patron is a dragon as well. And not only that, but our patron used to be in a relationship with the dragon we were sent to kill. And we were straight up thinking to ourselves, like, we're gonna, like, is there a, like, I think everyone else was kind of, like, expecting us to go into combat with him, but I was just like, I really hope we don't, because I'm scared. Like, we're level 10. I don't know shit about combat. And I don't want to fight a dragon. So, but regardless, but I didn't think, but I wasn't sure if there was a way to even get out of it, so I just went along with it initially. But, player T managed to get a really good insight check. And basically determined that our patron still had feelings of affection and love for, the dragon that we were sent to kill. And he, of course, let it be known to the rest of us in character. And my character was just like... But I basically decided to play couples therapist with these fucking dragons. And we managed to convince our patron, to not kill us and to actually talk with the dragon we were sent to kill, you know, so that he can have some closure. And it's like, what the fuck? And everyone, I think, was just like, I guess this is what we're doing. And then after, and that's not even the crazy part. So, we head to where the first dragon was, and we basically get the two dragons to talk with one another. And then, and then our patron dragon drops a bombshell on me specifically, not to the other players, no, but with me specifically, probably because I was heading the whole thing in the first place, and was just like, you know, I'm here for you, dude, or something like that. And basically drops the bombshell on me that he's still in love with him, and he wants to get back together with him, and I'm just like, okay, but what's gonna happen, you know, like, I mean, there's a chance he may not reciprocate, but if you want to go for it, that's fine. Shoot your shot. So, we left the two dragons to talk amongst, you know, with each other and all that. And they were able to, you know, have a heart-to-heart. And now they got back together. They got back together. And are gonna be taking things slowly to see, like, you know, is it possible we can make things work between us and all that? And because of that, no one had to die, and we got more money than what the shopkeeper dragon offered us in the first place. And that's where the session ended. Oh my god. Like... No, like, even the DM, our DM was like, I did not expect y'all to get this ending. I didn't expect this ending at all. And player T's like, yeah, all thanks to Airi. And I'm like, I didn't mean to, like, go on a couples therapist thing. And it was fucking hilarious that Ven ended up being a couples therapist, because she's never been in a relationship before. She doesn't know shit. it was just funny, because it's like, I really decided to have couples therapy. So when so later on, I told Gary about what happened, because unfortunately they weren't able to participate in D&D because of everything that was going on with them. So I basically, like, told them what happened, and even they were like, oh my god, Airi, what the hell? Oh my god. I mean, and I should express, like, at the very least, like, no one was upset with it. I think they were certainly, like, surprised. Certainly not expecting what happened, but they weren't upset by it at all. And all that. I think they were just like, you know what, this was fun. This was great. This was a good, like, you know, thing to do while outside of the main campaign. Anyway, so I wanted to get that out of the way. Anyway, so I said I was going to mention what happened yesterday during the break. Because I talked about Ruby before. But basically, like, if you don't know what happened, like, shit imploded yesterday. Because but basically, a former employee and a voice actor for Ruby. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. A former employee of Rooster Teeth and a voice actor for Ruby, former voice actor for Ruby, came out yesterday on Twitter expressing how much the company, like, screwed her over and all that. And it's oh my god, like, I read it and I was just like, oh my god. Like, basically, like, I don't want to go too into detail about it because, like, it's not so much as graphic, but a lot of it's just, like, shit that doesn't deserve to be heard for how do I explain this? Like, it's basically shit that you hear every day in life if you're part of a marginalized group, you know? But basically, she describes how she was, crunched to hell and back, forced to, do things that she, that, like, how do I, like, I mean, yeah, she was crunched to hell and back, and was constantly, like, mistreated, and faced harassment, and all that, and was even, like, it feels weird to say discriminated, because I don't think that's how you use that word in this context, but she faced, like, you know, a lot of transphobic and homophobic harassment. Like, the worst was that, like, they were calling her a slur to her face. A slur that, for one, doesn't even fit her, because it's a slur, it's the F slur, which is used for gay men, and she's a trans woman, which is fucked up. But apparently, like, one of the worst things was that with this slur, the F slur, they would call her that in the company, but they knew they couldn't get away with it, you know, in public. So they basically like censored it to be something that, like, is that would be a lot more palatable, I guess is a good word to use. And had the fans unknowingly call her, like, a censored slur for years, which is incredibly fucked up. And basically, like, when she came out with this Twitlonger post, like, oh my god, like, a whole bunch of, like, former employees just came out of the woodworks talking, like, backing up her claims and talking about their own horrible experiences working at Rooster Teeth, and it's just like, Jesus Christ. Like, the thing is, though, is that, like, this is obvious, is that, I'm not gonna lie, this is not my first time, like, hearing about this shit, like, because, you know, I do follow, like, people who, you know, who do, you know, who kind of, like, track Rooster Teeth's, like, you know, horrible dealings as a company and all that. And they usually, and there's, in the website, in the Glassdoor's website, you know, like, there's this one person who, like, pretty much posts a whole lot of Glassdoor reviews for Rooster Teeth, and they're all just, like, pretty much corroborating the same fucking thing of, like, favoritism, discrimination, crunching, like, etc., etc., and it's just like, God. And it's just like, man. And the funny thing is, though, too, is that, like, this person who came out, the person who, like, pretty much, like, became the catalyst, she wasn't even paid for her work. Like, she had been on, like, she became, like, she was not paid at all for her work as a voice actor, which pisses me off, because I'm like, bruh, we are living in an age where voice actors are notoriously underpaid for their work. And her coming out about this in a company where, you know, and her coming out about this in a company where they, you know, where they tout themselves as being so progressive and all that, it's like, bruh, this is such a bad look! But yeah, it's just like, man, there's so much shit coming out right now of like, and it's still I feel like it's still ongoing, like, former employees talking about their own experiences, and there are even a couple that are, like, dropping names, and it's just like, oof, how the fuck is Rooster Teeth gonna be able to come back from this? I hope they don't. Like, the funny thing is that, like, you know, as I am aware of the fact that, you know, there are some good people within the company, you know? Is that, you know, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, they're, you know, and I'm pretty sure that, like, they're probably fucking afraid right now because they might lose their jobs and all that. And all that, and even some of the people who are, you know, speaking out against Rooster Teeth are, you know, are saying, like, you know, some of them who are dropping names are just dropping names, you know, the people that tried to help them and be good to them during their time there, which is, you know, fine, which is good. But still, it's just like, I just love reading this shit because it's like, oh my god. But yeah, it's just like, man, this shit coming out, like, and it's just so interesting because it's like, it's even like, it's gotten so much to the point that even the Ruby artists that I'm like following up on my private Twitter are talking about this and not wanting to support this group anymore. And I really fucking hope that this sticks, because this is unacceptable behavior, you know, from a company. And you know, and that people are gonna hold these assholes accountable for their shit. Man, God, it's still ongoing right now, and I'm just reading, like, all this shit that's coming out, and it's like, oh my god. Like, it is both amazing and deplorable how bad this shit is. It's amazing. But yeah, like, shit just happened yesterday between the Rooster Teeth stuff and then finding out that the original voice actor for Bayonetta was not asked to come back to voice her in 3 because she got lowballed so fucking much. And Hideki Kamiya just blocking everybody, pointing it out. And by the way, that's also very fucking scummy, because it's like, I love Bayonetta's voice, you know. I love Helena Taylor's voice for her and all that. Like, seriously, and especially because of the fact that she was part of the reason why Bayonetta is the way she is in the games. And the fact that she you know, was only gonna get paid, like, a paltry amount of money for voicing the protagonist in the 3rd game. And granted, she had every right to, like, you know, walk away from that. You know, she's not greedy for wanting, you know, for asking for fair compensation and all that. But it's like the fact that, you know, they just lowballed her and are basically mistreating her. It's like, fuck all y'all. Like, how dare you treat these, like, why is it that nowadays it's like, why is it now that, like, a lot of the industry behind anime, video games, and etc., where voiceover is a thing, we're just treating our voice actors like absolute shit. Like, that's not fucking fair. It's like seriously, they're the ones who are bringing your characters back to life, sorry. They're the ones who are bringing your character to life, asshole. Maybe you should treat them a little better. Back with chocolate milk and pecan pie. Welcome back. I've just been bitching about, like, what happened yesterday, where everything just imploded. And it's been fun. God, I really want to know, like, what else is gonna come out. Oh man, it's just such a shit show. Such a fucking shit show. You know, but speaking of, like, you know, voice actors getting fucked over, it's like, it kind of, like, I think just, I kind of got a little bit depressed yesterday. And I vented about it on Twitter a little bit. Like, basically just thinking, like, how, you know, with all the news of, like, how voice actors are getting, like, just treated like shit and all that, it's like, it's made me really start, it kind of made me want to start reconsidering entering the industry. Because, I mean, I think I've talked about it before, where it's like, I want to be a voice actor one day, you know? Like, I want to, you know, I want to, like, do voiceovers and all that. I want to do voice acting. You know, it's something that I mean, again, like, I mean, throughout all my streams on this channel, throughout the years, like, you can tell, like, I have so much passion for it and how much fun I have with it. And I want to believe that my skill, at the very least, is of a caliber that I could potentially make it, you know? Like, maybe not make it big, but enough to where, you know, I can look at, you know, to where I think of myself as being pretty decent. But it's like, you know, but obviously, like, when you want to make that sort of thing into a job, you know, I'm expecting to be paid fairly for it. And the fact that, like, you can get paid, like, such little money and be, you know, but also be overworked, it's like, it kind of made me start thinking, like, you know, what's the point? You know, because it's like, why do I want to enter into a line of work where I get treated like shit and not really be paid for it? You know, like, there's no, like, what's the point, you know? Because it's like, I mean, with this stuff right here, like, I'm not being paid for it, but that's alright with me, because, I mean, for one, I don't expect to get any money off of YouTube anyway. Like, I don't fit the partner program. You know, but with another thing, but with this too, but, you know, but number two is that, like, you know, it's just, you know, like, this is me not really, like, you know, I mean, not really having, like, the proper equipment and setup to do, you know, voice acting, which is fair. I mean, I feel like if anything, like, if you were to stretch it a bit, this whole channel could basically be my portfolio, you know? Like, I don't know if voice actors have such a thing like that, but if you wanted to stretch it a little bit, you could say this channel is my entire portfolio, and it's got years of fucking work on it. But still, it's just... It just kind of like made, I don't know, it's like just the news of yesterday kind of like made me a little depressed. And all that, just making me kind of like maybe reconsider, you know, entering the voice acting industry. But the thing is, though, I also got to remember that it's like, well, that just because, like, you know, the industry is shit doesn't mean that, like, there aren't good people in it. I mean, there are probably some people who would definitely, like, you know, fight for you and all that, make sure you get a better wage and all that. You know, especially, like, when you think about, like, the stuff that some voice actors will have to do. Like, I remember when, a few years ago, when there was that voice actor strike going on, I remember reading some testimonials, I guess is a good word to use, testimonials from, like, well-known voice actors talk about, like, some of the stuff they went through without, like, some of the stuff they went through, you know, voice acting without, like, safety and health regulations. I mean, that's the best word I can think of. And it's, you know, because you think about, like, you know, because voice acting isn't just, like, you know, talking and all of that. You know, there's, you know, if a character is crying, you have to be crying. If a character is angry, you have to be angry. Like, being, you know, and of course, like, just the screaming and shouting, like, when you think of certain series, like, you know, from what I remember reading, like, a couple voice actors, you know, came out and said that, like, you know, that because there weren't really any regulations, I guess, regarding, like, how do I put this? Regarding the certain risks that acting out certain kinds of scenes carry, it's led to them, like, damaging their vocal cords. Some to the extent that the damage is irreversible. And that's scary. When you know, because this is your voice. Like, not just, like, you know, affecting your line of work, but just affecting your life. You know, like, this is your voice. You know, for a lot of people, they need that to communicate. And the idea of causing irreversible damage to your vocal cords, it's like, oh my god, that's scary. So it's just like, you know, and I don't even know if that strike even garnered the results that people were raising. I don't think it did, unfortunately, but still, I think people should treat voice actors with a lot more respect than they give them, because because we are bringing characters you love to life with our performances, and I think you should treat us a little bit more fairly. I know that sounds so entitled, but it's like, if you were, but again, like, if you would just see some of the shit that I have, like, seen and read with my own eyes, I think you would understand why I say that. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, like, the thing is that it's like, you know, is that obviously, like, you know, a lot of people are going into a lot of these industries, you know, even knowing the risks and all that. And I think, you know, because the thing is, though, is that, like, I do agree with the whole thing of, like, that sometimes you should just do some things, even knowing the risks, because you never know. And that's fine. But I think, you know, but obviously, like, you know, the lack of, like, respect and compassion, I guess, is a good word to use, for these people from some corporations is just awful. Like, it honestly doesn't make the work worth it. But unfortunately, like, you know, but unfortunately sometimes you just have to put up with it, because where else are you going to be able to find a job, money? That's usually a big reason as to why, you know, people will stay in a toxic work environment for so long, is because of the fact that it's like, you know, it brings in money, it brings in security, you know, and if you were to leave or quit or be fired, it's like, where are you going to go? Where are you gonna go? How long can you go without money? Because we need it to survive. And it's sad, it sucks. I feel that. That's me whenever I'm tired, I'm trying to write something. It's like, what was I doing again? Anyway, I think we've spent almost an hour on the break, so I think it's about time we get back to the game. I'm gonna try and see how far we can get into Luke's path before we have to quit. Like, the best case scenario is that we actually finish this tonight, but I have a feeling we may not because of how long it might be, so. Regardless, say goodbye to Firefox. We'll be back for it when it's time to end the stream. Okay, so this is completely new. Hey, 40% of Ashton's route complete. Nice. Alright. To say that I'm scared of what's happening is a gross understatement. Trouble of any sort is the last thing I want to get home to after a long day at work and a trip to the bar. Oh, and when I see Hannah near prostrate, I can only feel dread. She twitches and seizes, body wound and coiled tight before thrashing, shuddering and shaking. Like a woman possessed, her mouth falls open and her eyes roll to the back of her head. It has the hallmark signs of a seizure. The symptoms are similar enough. Oh, wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! I just remembered. I gotta retweet it. I forgot to do that. I didn't even spell that right at all. I didn't even spell that right either. God damn it. And that knowledge, the fact that I know this, only makes me feel worse. Any anger I had caused by our disagreement on parting ways, no matter how temporary she claimed it to be, disappeared. The alcohol-induced daze that I felt was brushed aside as I ran to help her. None of that mattered at the moment. Oh. But to hold her close is all I can do while she thrashes about. I know this is wrong, that I'm not supposed to hold her down. Yet I do it out of instinct, reflex even. I'm terrified of hurting her, but I see no other way to keep Hannah from hurting herself. It takes a lot to keep myself from running off to get help when she needs me here. And it takes everything I have to keep myself intact. When she says my name, I realize that the seizures have stopped, but that doesn't make the dread go away.
Please.
What happened here? Who did this to you?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
The sight of her tear-streaked face is enough to twist the knife in. It doesn't help that I'm as lost as she is right now, and all I can say is...
Shh, it's all right. You're safe now, Hannah. You're safe now.
God, why can't you be like... Why do you have to cheat on her? It takes a bit to go through the house with my Excuse me. It takes a bit to go through the house with my inebriated self. Alright, so we're starting here, huh? What? I never fucking remember what day it is. Is that it? Yeah, so it's Saturday. Alright. That's even made worse by the fact that I had to carry a nearly unconscious person as well. I was about to give up too, up until Shrocken shows up to lighten the load. He quietly takes her from me without question and brings her up to the bedroom. And me? Well, I couldn't bring myself to follow. Not right now. Not while I'm drunk and rattled by what had transpired. It's a miracle I was able to help at all. I had tried to get knackered, hoping to score another taste of mint while I was out in the city, though I can't bring myself to go home with another woman in the end. If I did go with someone, it might have been too late, just thinking about it. No one might have gotten to Hannah in time had I not gone home earlier than I intended. So here I am, sulking in a parlor chair with a glass of wine in hand. I can't even remember what particular vintage it is, and I practically don't care right now.
Because when you're already drunk and still have problems, even more alcohol should help.
Man, I hate Luke, but again, I hate Luke with every fiber of my being. But God, his voice actor just makes him so fucking hilarious. Like, his line deliveries are really good. Of course, the butler chooses now to appear and be unhelpful.
You know what actually solves all problems? Death. But it is not recommended. Alcohol isn't a true solution either.
It's worked well enough for me.
Has it, though? I'd like to believe that I get my best ideas while I'm thoroughly hammered. Not everyone might agree, but they can't really do anything about it, can they? With a fuck ton of money comes great power. Sometimes responsibility. And with that responsibility comes a lot of reasons to get drunk. Of course, I could just tell responsibility to sod off if I was feeling reckless. And Christ, I must be really drunk if I'm thinking in circles. I just need something to focus on and I should be fine.
How is she? Is she alright?
What is this voice? If panic crept into my voice at the question, I don't let it show. It would be a show of weakness, to be so frazzled, to show so much concern over a woman who's going to put me aside. People like him who work for me, I trust with business but not with myself. Never with that. Only Hannah has come so close. Only she has truly seen the man beneath the facade. Only her actions can wound me so.
Sleeping. Aside from a few bumps and bruises, she seems to be fine. A maid is watching over her for now. It is best not to leave her alone. But, if I may ask, what happened? I was in the gardens when I heard screaming. Did you...
No, it wasn't me.
I'm quick to be on the defensive. I may be capable of a lot of horrible things, but I would never harm her, of all people, no matter how angry I might become. I would never lay a hand on her to hurt her.
I didn't do anything. I wouldn't do anything like that. I don't even have a reason to.
You don't consider her wanting to be a part as reason?
It is it. Well, it is. I don't want to talk about it right now. But what happens was I got home. She was seasoned in the kitchens. Is she ill?
Not that kind of doctor. But I've already scheduled your physician for a house call tomorrow morning. We'll still have to monitor her as soon as she wakes up and...
Oh god, things are coming back to me. I need a drink.
Really? You're still drinking?
I know.
Why, yes, it seems to be the bloody best time to be drinking. I'm allowed, aren't I?
Your wife is laying upstairs in bed after having a seizure. What kind of a husband? Like, seriously, I know you two have just, like, kind of... I know you two have just kind of... I know she kind of, like, wants to, you know, take a break from you for a little bit. But if you really, truly love her, you should be by her bedside. Instead of wallowing in your self-pity.
After all, I've just found my wife having a seizure, and I shouldn't give two shits about it. Not when she's about to leave me.
But I do. Goodness, I do. Smash drunk! A big generous gulp just makes it so that the taste of cherries, raspberries, and strawberries wash over my tongue, the thing too sweet considering its deceptively earthy aroma. Havelin's Vineyard Seasoned Red isn't really something to scoff at. I've had many good memories with this particular drink. This particular bottle, in fact, was a gift. It serves the purpose Lady Blernolle had given it to me for. To forget. All the same, whether I took this bottle or Pinot Noir, it's just a means to an end. I'll probably have to finish the whole bottle to get drunker than I already am.
But no, she doesn't need to be taken care of. If she wants her time apart, she'll have it.
It'll break my heart to just let her go, but she deserves this much, doesn't she? She wants you to fight for her, though. Like, seriously, like, I think if anything, she would want you to stop drinking and give a fuck about her. We both deserve this much.
She's had her uses.
She's done a lot for me in the 7 years we've been together. I pursued her at first for the money. It was supposed to be strictly business. There might have been a time, too, when I considered taking her out of the picture so that I can do with the money as I pleased. I had planned to manipulate her, and I feel horrible thinking about it. But along the way, I had changed, if only for her. Perhaps my father would scoff, tell me I've gone soft. Maybe I have. Doesn't matter. 7 long years. It had its ups and downs, and certainly hasn't been a perfect marriage. We had our fights. Who hasn't? But those small moments where we could just laugh and be our happy selves were always magical. They made all these years worth it, and I had seen many more years to come. So where did I go wrong? I don't know, maybe the cheating? Maybe the fucking other women behind her back? Maybe that's where you went wrong. I've loved only 2 women in my life. Mother dear, bless her soul. And Hannah, who's been my sunshine for so long. Losing her, I fear that I might become more like my father. Had Damien Wright stayed with Mother, or any of the other numerous women he'd had a child with, would he have been less of an embittered shell of a man? Would having a darling love in his life make him a better... Wait a minute. Would having a darling love in his life have made him a better person? Perhaps it's biased of me to doubt so. I don't think I can ever see the old man in a favorable light.
I'm just surprised that you're not afraid. She might be leaving with delicate information.
Oh, she might know something. But if she hasn't done anything with the knowledge for this long, I don't think she would do anything now.
I'll make her do it. Just to ruin him.
If she had even an inkling of what I've done, what I'm capable of, she'll know it's not a good idea. Hana's a smart woman.
Smart, kind, hardworking, generous, loyal. I can go on and wax poetic about her if I had any talent with the stuff.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink with me? Don't worry, it's not poisoned or anything.
Lonely? Oh, I suppose there's no harm.
With a shake of my head, I procure another glass and pour some of the red wine. Watching the red liquid is fascinating all on its own with my muddled brain, that I barely noticed sloshing some of it and staining my suit. It'll be an utter bugger to clean, so I'm glad that it isn't my problem. Handed it over, I can't help but look up at the ceiling and let out a sigh. My eyes, damp, glaze over, though I won't let it go further than that. Raising my own glass for a toast, I clear my throat.
Cheers for something or another!
He is so drunk.
A brat going away to college, a bonus at their job, couples having it off. Those happy things, I suppose. Whatever. I don't give a fuck.
A bit less eloquent than your usual speeches, but zum Wohl.
A sip. A gulp. Refill. Rinse and repeat until the bottle of Vellon has barely a fifth left. I must have drunk most of it because I barely see Shotgun take a sip after his first glass. It certainly feels that way. I don't even think I can stand up, let alone walk. I'm all legless. My mind just feels so funny and everything else is equally hilarious. Bloody hell, I think I can make out faces of a bald man on the wallpapers. With the butler also standing up, he looks like a skyscraper from where I'm seated.
Jesus Christ, I have Sasquatch as a butler.
I have a great alcohol tolerance, so this, seeing how I'm a giggling wreck right now, is, I assume, really bad. If there's any sober part left of me, I'd probably shrivel up and die just thinking of the hangover that'll come in the morning. But I can't help but get distracted at the sight of moonlight peeking through the curtains, shiny and shimmering, absolutely splendid. Even if the night brought calm, it's the moon that always enamored me so. It's a second sun, but just as beautiful as my sunshine.
I want to go out and look at the moon. Mommy, I can't feel my legs.
What is happening?
Mutter, I am not. Don't tell me I have to carry you upstairs to bed.
You know, Hana, she told that photo man that I was a trying husband. I can't even. The nerve of them, right? He goes and takes her out shopping, and they give me lip service in return. I bet they were talking shite while they were in the store spending my money. Am I a trying husband, Joe?
Yes.
I wouldn't know. You're not my husband, are you? But you are a trying Dummkopf when you are this drunk.
Mint got me a bit into the whiskey, but other than that, I've been trying real hard.
What is happening?
You can vouch for me, right, Joe?
No.
I haven't put my hands on a pretty lady unless they asked me to. Not that I did that before, but you get my point, Joe. Hana must be so tired. I'm a brat, aren't I? She said as such.
What is happening?
I don't want Hana to leave me, Joe. Oh God, she's the love of my life, you know? I'm a shy human being without her. I should... Flowers. Lots and lots of flowers. All of the flowers. Enough to make the Queen's Gardens look like a fucking dumpster fire in comparison.
All well and good, but you are not achieving any of that while you are lying on the carpet. Now, if you can lift your skinny ass and work with me. 1, 2, 3.
but I don't want to go to bed. The moon is so pretty tonight.
I should just let you sleep on the ground, Bratwurst.
That was a fucking... Luke left Hannah in Johann's care after the incident in the kitchen. Pissed off at the recent events and a possible divorce. Hi. Hi, my friend. You're playing Monster Hunter. That's great. Possible divorce looming on the horizon. He dedicated the rest of his day to getting hammered, stopping only after his butler intervened.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty face from day to day. Come on, Mummy, wake up! I want to be in that play. Mummy, wake up! You promised that you'd help me practice my lines today. The auditions are tomorrow, so I have to practice. The last syllables of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools. The way to Dusty. Mummy, are you...
Oh. Was that when he discovered his mother dead? I choke back a scream and wake up in a cold sweat. With my heart pounding in my ears, it takes a while to remember where I am. Oh. I can't even see what's happening. In the dark and cold of the room, one can't fault me for feeling ill at ease. It isn't as bright as the penthouse, and the renovations did little to change how old it feels. We've been here for less than a week. It'll take a bit more time to adjust. It's hard to feel cozy, though, when I'm bloody freezing. Nudging the lump of fabric next to me, I sigh.
It's cold. Don't hog the sheets, Hannah.
She always did this, though it hardly bothered me. Growing up, I was lucky to have something to use as a mattress. I'm not the one who grew up accustomed to Egyptian cotton with a thread count of 800. Besides, the warmth that Hannah exuded on her own is usually enough to keep me sleeping through the night. The temperature tonight must be something else with how chilly it is right now. I must be considerate. After all, the poor dear is... ill. Though I loathe to think about what had just transpired.
Don't make me pull those sheets off you. That blanket is large enough to cover an elephant. You'll need to share.
It takes a while.
What was that, honey? Apologies. I'm just in a loo, so if you can give me a moment.
What? There's no sign that they'll be moving where they lie. Yeah, that's probably best. With care, I go for a knife hidden under the side of my bed. It would be foolish of me to instigate anything while I'm unarmed, after all. To pull back the covers would be a more difficult affair. Because, reaching out to uncover who was underneath, I have to prepare for anything and assume the worst. If I so much as see the nuzzle of a gun, there's going to be a murder tonight. I know they say not to bring a knife to a gunfight, but I think I can sink a blade in his liver faster than he can point and aim. I see the rise and fall of the sheets, though it could easily be mistaken as the fault of the breeze. I hear their breathing. A great sense of foreboding comes over me, making me hesitate with my plan. I should just get Hannah and myself out of here, not look back and let security handle it. That's what they're there for. Or maybe I should just man up. There's no way I'm risking the chance that inaction will put Hannah in danger. But what's the worst that could happen, right? I have no reason to be afraid. There's no boogeyman under the bed, no monster in my closet. If anything, these things should be afraid of me. Right? I grab a fistful of sheets and throw them aside. Luke woke up in the middle of the night with a scream and a cold sweat. Finding comfort in the warm body next to his, he tried to get back to sleep and forget the images plaguing in his mind. until Hannah called out from the loo. Nothing. Nothing but a bunch of pillows stare back at me. Must be my imagination. I'd rather not think I'm going mad. It could very well be the stress getting to me. All this drama with Hannah. I've been doing well all these years, all things considered. I guess I do have a breaking point. But still, the world goes on even if one cannot, and I must go along with it. I suppose a day off or two tomorrow wouldn't hurt. Rest, aside from a few hours of sleep, will be welcome. More than. But I can't shake off the unease. I dare say that I feel afraid, irrationally so, that something will come creeping and crawling from under the bed, even as I lay back down and close my eyes. Okay. Alright, October 30th. The odd dreams don't linger, thankfully. But with the morning comes another disturbance. Both too loud and too sharp for my tastes. And I have very fine tastes. When the piercing rings of a doorbell reach even the bedroom, I'm very much inclined to think the person who built this place lacks any sense of it. Perhaps the only thing good in this is that the ruckus has chased away the needling guilt from last night's commotion, if only temporarily. Still, it's a bloody annoying distraction. I could tell already that it's going to be a long day. It hasn't even started. Before the racket even lasts another minute, I'm peeling myself off the bed and heading straight for the main door. There'll be a murder tonight today if this doesn't let up. How quaint. It seems everything in this blasted universe is intent on getting on my nerves as of late.
Gordon Bennett! Only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour!
In the first place, I shouldn't be the one doing this. This is why I hired a valet, for fuck's sake.
Where's that damn butler when I need him?
I'll be honest, if only for today. With the mansion this quiet at this hour of the morning, it's easy to believe those little ghost stories might be real. But the only horror here is how long Hannah's patience with me will last after the incident at the party. Neither the deafening silence nor the biting chills spreading across every room in the place. There's no place for fear when another set of problems already burns that fuel. So I wait for another second. When no butler still answers my call, I simply yank the doors open myself, perhaps with more force than needed. And maybe it should be appropriately there, considering the person on the other side and the hour he dared appeared on my doorstep. Even someone with half a brain knows not to disturb anyone this early. Brief confusion quickly gives way to anger, and before the bloody photographer can even get a word in, I'm hurling venom at him. It's less than he deserves, really. Hannah will disapprove, scold me for treating the man with such disrespect if she hears me right now. She seems fond of him after all, treats him like a friend she's known for years. But she's not here, is she? What she doesn't know...
You! Again! It's bloody 6 in the morning! What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time! Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't!
This is still my home. My rules also apply to this place as much as Hannah's do. As simple as that.
Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
It just so happens it's also a person I'll never take a liking to. No need for remorse.
Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
He continues shouting even as I slam the door in his face. Some nonsense about the news lately, though I don't understand most of it. However, with the closed door muffling the better part of it and with no ears to listen, his tirade doesn't last too long. Eventually he leaves, and silence once again fills the room as it should. In hindsight, maybe I should also call for psychiatric services. He certainly sounds mental just screaming like that. A suspicious man like him left roaming the immediate grounds? Nothing good can come of it. But if his presence will indeed bring a problem, a sign of bad things to come, I'll probably know soon enough. Worst comes to worst, Shotgun will take care of it, if need be. It's what I'm paying him for. In the meantime, the bigger problem at hand. A hangover. Maybe I'll have some absinthe to temper it. Dog hairs. Or some wine to help me get back to sleep. It's still early. 1 glass wouldn't hurt. Or 2. Whatever the case, I need to think wherever that will lead me to. This is just sad to watch. Yeah! Like, how bad of an alcoholic do you need to be doing morning drinking? It's nothing. Everything leads to nothing. Except for this pounding headache, as if my mind will burst at any time and leak out of my ears. My vision swims in and out of view. Oh! I mean, to be fair, him, like, just on the floor, like, ranting to Johannes about his marriage, like, is also pretty sad. My stomach threatens rebellion, with plans of making me throw up what remains of the food I've taken in last night. With how my mouth feels, you'd assume it's filled with cotton. One would think that the fact that I'm hungover would make me the grumpiest person in the room. But as soon as Shotgun knocks and enters the room, the thought goes right out the window, and I can only follow when he gestures towards the hallway. I have questions as to why he would bother me at this hour in the morning. But going by the grim, or rather grimmer than usual air about him, it must be something serious. The man stands there as relaxed and cool as can be, but his eyes hold an intensity that promises nothing but trouble.
I do hope I wasn't interrupting anything.
Okay, just making sure.
Well, I have plans. Sleeping in is one of them, too. But apparently, the world conspires against me. What do you want?
If you wish to sleep so badly, feel free to tuck yourself back in bed. I thought you ought to know that we've had an intruder.
And sue me if that doesn't pique my curiosity. Intruders, thieves who would dare set foot into my house to try and rob me were rare. If they had any form of experience, they'd have an idea not to mess with the rights, no matter how tempting our riches may be. But that didn't mean attempted robberies didn't happen. What was strange about this one is the fact that Shotgun thought it was important to bring to my attention. Oftentimes they deal with pests because I wouldn't really care how they take care of it. So...
This needs my attention, why? Are they any danger?
Actually, I think I'll let you be the judge of that. He's down in the parlor. Come on.
I glance at the bedroom door, hoping to goodness that Hannah will remain fast asleep before following him downstairs. Through the foyer, and into the parlor where a familiar man sits unconscious, tied up to one of the chairs.
I thought I heard something scurrying around. As it turns out, it's a giant rat. And one that had pretended to be a harmless mouse, too.
Oh. Come Sunday morning, Luke woke up with a huge hangover. His headache was further aggravated when his butler called his attention to a problem in the foyer. It's that photographer from Luxury Living. What was his name? Steele? Did they not pay the man enough with his photos that he'd have to resort to stealing? Of course, what other reasons are there to explain his presence? No doubt he had seen such finery during his little photo shoot and thought he could make off with a good amount. I wouldn't blame him, really. But it is a disappointment that he would fall so low and prove stereotypes true, trust a black man to be a thief after all. Oh, okay.
And he's still alive, isn't he?
It's hard to tell, with the way his body is too still, breathes too light. But it's there, the subtle rise and fall of his chest. Its presence lets me breathe a sigh of relief. A death caused by one of my own men is normal. To be expected, really. A dead body I can deal with. It'll just be one of many I've seen. But if one turns up while the missus is at home? I'm not too thrilled with the idea.
I saw no reason to do more than incapacitate him. So yes, the man is still alive. Of course, that can be remedied if you wish.
No, this is fine. He wasn't trying to kill us, was he?
If he was wholly unprepared. But I do not think he had such nefarious purposes. He is a big man, but he seems too soft to be a hired killer. A common trespasser or petty thief, maybe. Certainly nothing more.
If a petty thief dares to try anything against me, people are forgetting their place. He's to be made an example of. A guy slacks off for once, and everyone thinks they can get away with taking advantage. His thieving ways is going to be his one-way ticket behind bars. It's only as my anger washes away that I realize that the sun is starting to rise, off of the horizon. And I can only feel annoyance at myself for missing another night of sleep.
Call the police then. Let them round him up and bring me some bloody coffee while you're at it.
Thankfully, he leaves me to my own simmering as I take one of the free seats. And, while waiting for my drink, I find myself staring at the man. Steele. That's his name, isn't it? He's big, built like a bear. I thought as much when I first saw him. More of a teddy bear rather than a grizzly, if I care to be honest. I would have laughed in his face if he told me he was a photographer and had nothing to show to prove it. Going by appearances alone, I'd say he could very well be a common street thug, the sort that I hire to be plain muscle. But the laugh lines and the softness around his cheeks, just his general air has me wondering. How long will a man like him survive in a place like prison? Not that I care, of course. I've sent weaker, spineless, and even innocent fools before the police and the courts to be punished. And, as it always does when I'm in such a situation, the power I wield hits me like an unnatural high. It's something else when I can hold a man's life in my hand without resorting to murder. A person is as good as incarcerated the moment I send them Harvey's way. And this makes me wonder if I can make luxury living grovel, beg for my forgiveness because of the crime committed against me by one of their staff. Deep in my thoughts, stuck in this power trip that rushes through me, I barely notice we have company until Shotgun puts a cup of coffee in my hands.
Officer Carl and his colleague are here to collect. They'll want your statement.
And, as he says, there are 2 officers by the door. Though I can't even bother to spare him the slightest of glance before looking back at the unconscious man. That's a racial slur, not gonna say that. Well, it's not a slur, but it's still not a term to call a black guy, so...
If they need my statement, I'll give it to their chief. I'm due a visit to a good friend anyway.
After my coffee and a bit of breakfast, of course. Once I'm done breaking my fast and after a cool shower, I call for Shotgun to drive me to the police station so that I can give my statement. Through it all, Hannah still slumbers, sleeping off whatever illness has taken her. The ride to the precinct is a quiet affair. I'm in no mood for idle chatter with what little sleep I've had. Not everything is smooth sailing, however, as soon as I arrive at the precinct either. But as they say, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. It would be more suspicious if everything had gone on without ruckus. And it would be more boring, too. Because who doesn't love a good fight and a bit of drama? There's nothing quite like beating your opponent down and making them learn who's the boss. If life just slumped over, there would be no point in even trying, but I would be much happier if nosy detectives stopped being, well, nosy. That boy, Feathers, just riles me right up. With the way he looks at me, as if he's better than me. I saw it in his eyes, the righteous fury and the belief that he's some saintly good guy and I'm the villain that he needs to take down. I've no doubts that he was a word away from trying to assault my person. And I wish he had, if only so that I would have proper legal grounds to get him in a whole lot of trouble. I so hate men like him. I came out looking the civil gentleman between the two of us at the very least. But it does no wonders for my mood, and I have to retreat to Harvey's office to cool myself down. Just needing to do legwork to bring myself to this precinct always does sour the day for me. It always means I have to fix something. Always annoying. So here I am, with a bored glance at the view of the place. Johannes stands outside, like a good guard dog, and makes sure no one enters unannounced.
I am so sorry about what happened out there, mate. But you know how it is with these officers. All testosterone and ranking.
Well, you need to learn how to keep your men in line better, mate.
Wow. Well, I love how he basically just tried to excuse it. Just like, you were being a little racist, but it's fine.
But I didn't come here to talk about these hot-headed daft villains. They could be dead from the neck up for all I care.
He has the propensity to forget one tiny detail. I own him. I want to seethe in rage, remind him who exactly the boss here is. I very well can, thanks to the wonders of soundproofing. But the stressed and nervous expression on his face stops me from giving him a tongue lashing. It would really do me no good to be at odds with me when he does prove to be a useful ally from time to time. So I listen when he speaks, focusing on the smell of coffee and cigarettes that filled the room in order to curb my tongue. For now. But boy, when you let a man like Harvey Lee speak, he speaks a lot.
Look, all I'm asking is that you be a bit patient with them. You do realize a good chunk of them don't work. They aren't with you, so to speak. Bunch of kids who think the police are superheroes or some cock and bull. They don't know how things work around here. Especially that Frey boy. The lot of them are just tired.
And why are you telling me this?
I was going to ask you if you knew anything about it. Perhaps one of yours know. There's been a string of unfortunate incidents as of late. Just recently, some bloke named Christian C was acting all nuts.
Why did that line repeat?
Off his rocker, that man. And we had to hold him, thought he was drunk. Up until he started bashing his brains in. Now he's a vegetable in a hospital bed. Another time, some Mark Julius was reported missing. Some are thinking we've got a serial killer on our hands as of late. That Cooper lady from BRC got done.
Oh.
A Father Norman, too.
Oh, so the church guy died, too.
You have to understand, mate. In a place as peaceful as Luxburn, this makes people wary. Reported crime rates go a bit higher than usual, and it makes them antsy and temperamental.
Are you implying that I have anything to do with them? Because as much as I hate to say it and admit, I am out of the loop. This is the first I've heard of these incidents.
Really, I'd say I'm insulted, but this is par for the course. Harvey knows who and what I am. We have a deal of sorts after all. Crime is always expected in a society with laws and with humans who are allowed their free will. But why not strike a deal with the devil to make sure that said crime has some order at least?
Ah, well, that's a shame, I suppose. Figured if we could get any leads, it'd be from you.
I can't stop the scoff that leaves me. Can these police officers really be so incompetent? The chief of the damn police force seems to find it amusing, however. Because as far as I can see, whether he believes it or not, he's got it easy in our little deal. He just has to sit back and relax, let me do my thing, and not turn against me while he gets to live a comfy life. But perhaps that's why I haven't killed him off yet. His predecessor to the position wasn't so agreeable.
You know, someday I'll stop turning in my own men when they piss me off. And what will you do then? You and your men will all be lost without me.
I'll just hope that when the time comes, I'll already be all wrinkly and retired then.
It's a play of his, it always is, to act all casual and chuckling at everything like it doesn't faze him. Pretend he's one of those kind, wise old men types so that people can't bring themselves to be angry at him. But I've seen him drunk off his ass bemoaning his fate, what he's become, though he tries to be as vague as he can even in his inebriated state. And I've seen the malice this man is capable of. That's why it confuses me with how he reacts to what I say next.
So what is our little gollywog looking at?
Now there's never a time or place for that kind of racist talk, son.
Thank you! He cuts me off in a firm tone before I can say anything further. There's steel in his eyes, and he near slams his fist on the table when he does. And I can't help but sigh, realizing that he's going through one of his self-righteous streaks, rare as they may be.
You know our little deal ties up my hands when it comes to a lot of things with you. But I hear that Steele is a good kid, and I ask you at least show a bit of respect.
He's a felon. I think I'm entitled to call him what I please. I don't owe him any respect at all.
Well, you don't have to be racist about it. In my pocket he may be, but he still chose the path of the policeman himself when he was a young man. And I bet it just boils his blood that he has to deal with the likes of me. But I in turn hate this side of him that makes him think he's still some do-gooder, some hero of justice. Because spineless fools were useful. Self-righteous ones forced me to do away with them eventually.
You put plenty of your own white men in jail. I don't see you calling them I don't know, white cracker or whatever lingo they have nowadays. And if not respect, you can at least owe the lads some basic human decency.
Whatever. But if you gotta stick up your ass about it, I'll concede. He's going behind bars either way, for however long that is.
Besides, what does it matter if he's black or white? The color of his skin doesn't change anything about current circumstances. It's a trifle matter to argue over. Well, dude, my God. There's a difference, obviously, because you're being racist to him. Like, you are a white man, like, calling a black guy racial slurs. Like, it doesn't matter if Zach fucking broke into your house. You shouldn't be like that. You can hold him accountable for what he did without being an asshole about it.
It's 6 months and a fine worth 5,000 for breaking and entering. Unless you'd be willing to go easy on the guy. Let him bump it down to a misdemeanor and juvenile offense. We'll be giving him probation and charge him for the damages.
And that's it?
That's it. That's what a white man gets, and that's what he gets too.
Is it though? Is it though?
Unless you're going to stir up a fuss and make a big deal out of this.
In case you've forgotten, I do what I want, Lee. I don't even see why you protect the man. He's nothing but a petty thief.
And won't that look bad on you? The Luke Wright, getting his panties in a bunch over a petty thief. You said it yourself. He's nothing. Not worth your attention or effort. So why don't you just let me handle it like I'm supposed to?
And I do hate to say it, but he's got me there. I hate that all this power comes with a great balancing act. Be too lax and people will think they could get away with the smallest of things. Be too harsh and people will... Well, they'll not want to work with me for long, and that's never a good thing in the long term. And it shows on me poorly if I were to fuss over such an insignificant little maggot.
Now is that all you're here for?
Well, there is another thing I want to ask.
What But can't I visit a friend? That detective. Feathers. Should I be concerned about him? He seemed keen.
Feathers? Oh, you mean Frey? Nah, he's not really anything to worry about.
Fucking shoots him in the head.
I got him assigned to your case to make the whole thing believable.
Wow.
The boy's a good detective, one of the best I have on the force. But he won't be able to do shit with all the red tape tying him up. In fact, the higher-ups just took him off your tail.
The case against me? I still have one?
So he knew about this.
Harvey, my dear old friend. Have you been slacking off?
So he knew about this. He knew he was being investigated.
Surely I told you to take care of that sort of thing. Surely it shouldn't have taken you this long.
That's a ripple.
Surely it should be quiet by now on your end. They shouldn't be assigning anything to what's supposed to be a cold case.
I doubt you've got anything to really worry about unless you go out there and announce the shit you've done. They don't want to accuse the most powerful men in Luxburn without being 100% sure about things, of course.
The way he goes about it so nonchalantly.
But it's because of that company problem Suarez's been talking about. Can't believe that's still a thing. You think the geek would have figured it out by now? He's supposed to be a computer genius. Don't go blaming me for it. He's the one slacking off, if you ask me. Don't you be pointing fingers my way.
And has Suarez mentioned anything new about that?
You'd have to ask him about it. You know I don't understand half the technical computer mumbo-jumbo the guy goes on about. It's like the guy speaks a whole other language. Which, technically he does, but you know what I mean.
Yes, I suppose you have a point. Very well, if you haven't got anything else useful for me, I might as well head home. Get some bloody peace and quiet.
I could have some tea, maybe with some whiskey and a nap, and I'll be right as rain. At least one of us should get some good R&R, because it's not like Harvey's going to get any. Especially now that his darling wife has left him. I'll be making him busy, as punishment for his slacking off, and for her disrespect too. Really, I pity the poor old man. Maybe I should send him a gift basket. Perhaps more caffeine and smokes to help him along with his bad habits. Before I can leave the precinct, however, a shoulder bumps into mine. I wait for an apology. And I wait.
Excuse me.
Oh! 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 Uh-oh! Uh-oh! There's a twitch in my eyes that I can't hide as I look back at the rude old bastard. Especially not when all he does is look back at me as if this is the first time he's seen me. As if he hadn't just nearly shoved me over with his big lump of a body.
You're excused.
The way he says it, the way he looks at me, it leaves me feeling so cold, and I have this gut feeling telling me I should know him. But he doesn't even let me get a word in when he disappears through a door.
A bloody wanker.
We know exactly who that is. Oh! Let's see. Following the altercation with Ashton Frey, Luke Wright met with LPD's Chief Inspector Lee to discuss what they would be doing with Zachary Steele. He was also surprised to hear that the investigation on the Luxborn firm case was still ongoing, which the chief reassured him about. Stepping out from the chaos, I let in a breath of fresh air, or as fresh as it's going to get in the city. I do hate going to the precinct. It's a fucking zoo filled with animals, people who step in included. But it's not like the city is any better. Humans are just a higher form of animals after all. We all delude ourselves into thinking otherwise. And I call up the car to take me away from it all. Okay. Though I can't bring myself to step inside the house when I do get home. Hannah still rests, I assume. I hear nothing to say otherwise. not her voice or her laughter, which easily fills up any space with cheer. Everything is quiet, other than the hum of engines from the car being brought away. A bird's cry sounds off from the gardens, snapping me out of my reverie. It makes me look in that direction. It's an easy decision to go there. If Hannah is resting, recovering from sickness, I don't want to disturb her, with how agitated and annoyed I am underneath the surface. No matter how well hidden I can keep it. Not to mention, I've been neglecting the garden for too long. Might as well stay put out here for the time being. Alright. Gray skies loom over in the horizon, though the sun fights for every precious minute it gets to stay. I've been thinking of both my dear parents far too much, as of late, when I shouldn't. I have a future to look forward to, and the present to take care of. Excuse me for a moment. Alright, sorry about that. I had to clear my throat real quick. These memories of the past give me nothing but grief. The life of Lucille Mitchell Chandler should be nothing but a footnote in Luke Wright's non-existent The life of Lucille Mitchell Chandler should be nothing but a footnote in Luke Wright's non-existent autobiography. It's because of Hannah, isn't it? I worry that she's all too much like Mother that it scares me. And the thought that I'm turning into my father is even more so. But even if history is so set to repeat itself, I'm not a child anymore. Content to sit aside, unable to do anything to help, and too inexperienced to think that the worst wouldn't happen. I have money to buy the best medicines and doctors if need be. She'll get better. She has to. And once we get over this little bump in the road, I can stop worrying. All will be right with the world. Unfortunately, my time alone is cut short, though.
I think those flowers look beautiful, my lord.
Wait, what?
The parlor, the room where the lady stays for her tea. It could certainly use some.
The voice isn't familiar, though I'm not really one to remember such things. Takako? Small talk. Oh, she's so pretty when she's alive. Going with her attire, I would say that she's one of the housekeepers. Strange, considering I've sent all of the staff but Johannes away. And her face, as pretty as it is unfamiliar to me. It would be a lie if I said that it didn't set me on edge. Most would say that I care little for my employees. That isn't entirely untrue. However, I'd like to think I know the people who work for me. Especially those who would roam my home, even if it's just a face and a name. Besides, I would remember a beauty such as her. So who is this? If she's just someone impersonating a household staff to get in, she's doing a bad job of it.
Didn't you get the memo? Are you new? Today is a day off. You aren't supposed to be here.
I expect poor excuses and apologies the likes of her often give, but she merely smiles.
Oh, no. I've been a servant here since you first came.
And I see no signs of lying nor hear it in her words, yet they can't be true. But I find that I feel like I can relax. She has that sort of smile that makes one's kindness shine through without words or action. It reaches her eyes, filling them with a strange sort of mirth, as if she's just thought of something very funny. Perhaps, had it been any other person, I would have interpreted it as a deceitful grin. But the curl of her lips and the shine of her eyes are too soft to hold any malice. She takes my silence as a sign that she can continue. And it's not like I feel any urgency to stop her. I'm not really in the mood for company. But I'm not adverse to it at the moment either. Entertaining a beauty like her, even for a little while, wouldn't hurt. It helps that she proves easy to listen to, despite how oddly she speaks.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't have bothered you. Look at me, talking to the master of the house without even asking for permission. What will the others think? If you'll excuse me, I'll just...
I haven't driven you away yet, have I? And it's your day off. I don't see why we can't chat a bit.
Of course. If that is what you wish. As long as it does not get you into trouble with the lady. To even take time for someone as lowly as me. No wonder that everyone under the mansion's employ is so fond of you. Though it should have no longer been a surprise to me. You have always been such a kind and loving lord.
Huh. I have to stop myself from calling her out on her shite. It's almost as if she's talking about an entirely different man. No matter how big my ego gets, I know for a fact that I'm hardly in the running for Best Boss of the Year award. The only reason that most of my staff stay is because of the decent compensation. I'm not cheap. But if she wants to lay it on thick, I'll allow it. Who wouldn't want a beautiful woman complimenting them?
I'm sure she'll be fine with this. We are just talking after all. Unless you had other things on your mind when you approached me.
The words leave my mouth before I even realize what I've said. I panic a bit. Though I can get away with picking up women out in the city, sometimes even out of the county, I've always taken care not to do so in my home or in my businesses. Not when it'd be so easy for Hannah to find out about my infidelity through these channels. Though seriously, I still don't see what the big deal about it is. I just have an itch I need to scratch.
I know it must be amusing to see a girl flustered for a man of your stature, but please don't say such things, my lord. I saw you alone and simply thought you could use some company.
Thankfully, and I do count my lucky stars, it seems the woman takes it as a joke rather than the casual pass it was intended to be.
So how are you liking your work around the mansion? The place is wonderful, but I imagine the upkeep is ungodly with all the rooms and whatnot. I don't even want to think about how many people are on the staff roster.
Work is work, my lord. It is a way of living. A purpose from day to day. It is certainly far better than doing nothing or having no food to eat. The house itself is also beautiful. There's no lack of things to look at. I'm sure you've seen those books in the study. I can't read any of them yet, but if given the chance, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be thinking of those things. Especially when the rains, they might bring more work to us soon. It will definitely be much more difficult when it returns. Idling about is the least I should be doing.
I guess you can put it that way if you want to be brutally honest about the whole thing. And the rain shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully. Maybe.
If a little dreary, at least she doesn't beat around the bush. I like the honesty. Many would bemoan their status as a household staff, as a janitor or other menial role, and believe themselves to be for greater things. And I wouldn't begrudge the idea that one can always get better. But one shouldn't be so discontent with what they have either.
The rain is something I simply must get accustomed to, if I am to live here. I've not spent long in this place after all. But I have been told that it has rained in this nation since a mother's time, and their mother's time. There is little we can do about it. I am just glad to have time in the sun, even for a short while.
Isn't that the truth? Really, these sunny days have been welcome, though I can't imagine they'll last for long.
This is fucking weird, man.
Sometimes I just want to pack my things and leave for somewhere like, say, the Bahamas or whatnot. Get some sun and surf.
But certainly, you will return for us, won't you? This is your home, after all. Your people, they won't be pleased if the master of the house leaves.
Of course, I can't very well leave my businesses hanging here, can I? I just wish I could actually trust people enough to go on vacation without taking work with me. I've also got to get back here if I ever want proper meals. A proper pudding is something you'll never find out there.
The woman nods in understanding, and I must say that she makes for a fine listening ear. Though what she says next gives me pause, whether she meant for me to hear it or not.
And good tea. From what the cook has been telling me, I've yet learned how to prepare one. Perhaps once I do, it would endear the lady of the house to me. I never expected her to be so... unkind after what she did for me. Though it's only if one catches her in a foul mood. I wish I knew how to avoid her anger.
Well, we've been known that Charlotte probably didn't like Takako. But the fact that she even confirmed it herself, it's like, The thing is, though, is that, like, did Charlotte's mistreatment of Takako happen before or after Edward started getting cozy with Takako? I highly doubt she means Hannah. That woman rarely has a mean bone in her body. And when she actually is nasty towards someone else, it's usually deserving enough. Much like with that Rochelle woman. Hell, she even tolerates Harvey for me, even if she did admit that she doesn't quite like the man. She must mean the head housemaid, right? I have to laugh at that. Not that I have room to speak. I don't deal with her myself anymore, though even Johannes has a few choice words about the head hog. She's just been under the right employ when she was also head housemaid for my father. And if anyone's not going to get along with someone, it'd be that crotchety old woman. I don't even remember her name. But the woman had been this strict upstart bitch who took one look at me, her master's bastard son, and turned her nose up, as if she were better by mere consequence of birth. That, and she absolutely loathed my very existence. Perhaps the rumors had been true. She had a miscarriage while bearing another one of dearest father's children, and she saw me as an obstacle to her being granted a better standing in life. I remember that much, at least. The only reason I haven't sacked her yet is because of her competence. Also because working under my household makes her absolutely miserable, her resignation made impossible by her pride.
Nobody really gets along with that woman. I think everyone just tolerates her because of how old she is. I mean, not to be rude or awful or anything, but she's at the age where she'll be pushing daisies soon enough.
Is she? Really, my lord? I'm sure the lady is much younger than that.
I think the thought of tormenting the young and beautiful gives her reason to live.
It does seem that way. Though I feel sorry for her. One's life should not be wasted away on hatred and anger. It is never good for the heart or the head to always carry ill thoughts. But at the least, you are here for us. We are certainly so lucky to have a lord like you. The lady even more so. The gods smile down on her. Though, if I may be honest, she is to be envied.
Even when I have my suspicions about her, she's just so easy to talk with that I've forgotten. I don't know who she is, and if she's actually one of the household staff, that would explain why she would so easily give obviously wrong statements about my character. Though, if she is here for malicious reasons, she would have done more than do small talk with me by now, wouldn't she? I have so many questions. Perhaps curiosity will kill this cat.
It's strange that I've never seen you before. What's your name?
You do not remember?
I don't believe you've mentioned it, or am I missing something?
You still cannot comprehend it, can you, my lord?
Her answer chips away at the good mood I'm starting to get into. I have every right to be angry at the cryptic response. She threatens insubordination with her very presence alone. But instead of hurling vitriol at the woman, I take a deep breath. I don't want my mood ruined further than it already is. Not right now when I can let my temper take its course another time.
Whatever your name is, and no matter how long you've been working for us, that does not change the fact that you shouldn't be here. I'll call you a cab to bring you to the city if you want.
Shouldn't I? What if I do not wish to leave?
Uh-oh. I know, the music was so good up until now.
I merely desire to stay by your side and serve. Is that such a deplorable thing?
Her gaze sends chills down my spine. It's too easy to see the devotion, the obsession in her eyes. Not the good sort either, as her scrutiny makes me feel like I'm laid bare. The offness of her presence is all the more palpable with the feeling of bugs crawling on my skin, and the silence that makes it seem as if the world has stopped. Any friendly atmosphere we might have had going for us is completely forgotten. Danger. A small part of at the back of my mind screams, the part that's kept me alive all these years. And, in hindsight, I'd be stupid not to take heed of it. But I've grown arrogant, complacent and content to hide behind wealth and power.
Yes, it's a deplorable thing, as you said, because I'd like to be alone now. Thank you very much. If you didn't want the day off, you should have reported to your superior. This is utterly unprofessional of you, and I shall be issuing complaints. In fact, if you know it's good for you, you should start looking for another employer.
It's at my threat that the smile on her face turns tight.
I see. It escapes you still. This is unfortunate. How despairing that this misery must go on. But maybe, if you come with me, I can help you. I can...
Huh. When she reaches out for me, I recoil with a hiss.
How dare you lay your filthy hands on me without my permission? I am not going anywhere with you. Now step back and walk away before I have you forcibly removed.
Oh shit! She was like, oh, you wanna go? All right, let's fucking go. As if a switch had been flipped, the woman's expression turns horrific, although that may very well be the understatement of the century. She herself turns horrific. Her presence is suffocating, bearing down on me. I'm rooted on the spot through no fault of my own as my fear paralyzes.
You are too much like that vile woman, poisoned by her rotten influence and her filthy words. But that can be remedied now that you're here. Oh, how we have waited to welcome you home. Come, my lord. The house beckons.
You're too much like that vile woman, poisoned by her rotten influence and her filthy words. Oh, okay. When her fingers grasp the back of my coat, I finally find it in me to break off into a run. Oh, this is good. Wanting some alone time and fresh air, Luke excused himself, lingering in the gardens as he remembered the memory of his late mother. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared by his side, striking up a conversation with him. It was all pleasant at first until... I could still feel her eyes on me as I run back to the house. But I refuse to acknowledge it, let alone look back. All I need is to get away from her and to make sure she stays away. If that means acting like a coward and seeking out company to keep me safe, nobody can tell me what to do otherwise. Bravery isn't something to be lauded if it comes along with stupidity. It must have been a sight to see the usually composed and reserved Luke Wright bursting through the doors. Not that I have much of an audience unless there were Unless there are other staff members who've chosen to disregard my orders for them to leave. Really, I still doubt that woman is one of the staff. Mustering up the courage, I look back through the windows to see if she followed me. She's gone. But I don't take any chances, putting as much distance as I can between us. Stopping to catch my breath, Johanna's sudden appearance nearly makes me jump out of my skin.
Don't fucking do that! You son of a bitch! If I had a gun, I would have shot you!
If I had any love left for my mutter, I'd take offense. But what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh, I have! Oh, if only it were such a delusion. But I could still feel her sharp nails digging into my back. The feeling was too real for it to have been a ghost.
There was his housekeeper. I think, I'm not sure. In the gardens. She was acting odd and I thought to remove myself from the scene.
Strange. I made sure the rest of the staff had left and that the house was empty, as you requested. Describe this woman.
She had pale skin, dark eyes, and long dark hair. She wouldn't give me her name.
You call those dark eyes? They look blue to me. I half expect a name from him. The man knows the staff better than I do, after all. But instead of an answer, he grows quiet. I'm pretty sure that's not a good thing. I'm even more worried when the other man looks me over. I have to protest when he pulls back my collar.
What in the bloody hell are you doing?
Checking for marks. Needle marks, to be exact. We don't have anyone like that among the staff. You could have easily been kidnapped.
A cold feeling settles itself over me at the thought. I've long established my power over the more unsavory characters in Luxborn. Or I thought I did. And the most harm I thought that could come to me would be slander, robbery, or incarceration. Kidnapping? An attempt on my own person? I've forgotten that I'm as human, as mortal as any other man despite my wealth and status.
Fortunately, you look unharmed. But I advise that you be accompanied by trusted individuals at all times from now on. If not me, an assigned guard. I'll be informing them of this soon, as they return from their day in the city.
Already I can feel the energy leave me at the realization of what could have been.
All right. Yes, I suppose we should do that. But I think I'd like to call it a day. I should be safe in bed, yes?
I'll stand guard outside for the night. The madam has been inquiring about you, by the way.
A guard. Any other threat, and he alone would be enough to make me feel safe. But what I saw, whatever it was I saw, would one man be enough?
That's all well and good, but there's something else. That housekeeper, she...
Luke, you're home. I was worried about you.
The grin that I can muster is probably lopsided. Forced as I snap my mouth shut to keep myself blabbing about witches and monsters. Because here I am standing in the hallway, dirt on my pant legs and sweat dotting my forehead. A far cry from my usual pristine condition. I don't want to worry Hannah. A cough.
What happened to you? You look like you wrestled in the mud and moss, dear. And those flowers. Were you gardening?
What? Oh, these. I didn't realize I still had them.
I really didn't. But there they are, still in my grip, the daffodils I had taken from the garden. Even in the wake of my flight, I had refused to let go of them whether I was conscious of it or not.
Shall I put them in a vase?
Should I give them to Hannah or throw them away? What do you think? I'm gonna give them to Hannah. Wait, she wants flowers. Perhaps I did it to save face. Or maybe a small part of me really had planned to take them for her. But, like a young man presenting flowers to a Valentine's, I awkwardly thrust the bouquet in Hannah's direction.
They're for you.
These are lovely, thank you. But aren't these...
The surprise is to be expected, and the open-ended question needs little interpretation. I've never given her daffodils before, especially not from ones that I considered mine.
They're for you. Don't make me think that kneeling around in the dirt was a waste of my time.
It's not. It's not. Just... Are you feeling alright? I hope whatever I have isn't contagious.
I'm not sick, Hana. I just got them for you. I thought they'd make you feel better, brighten up the room. I don't need my intentions questioned. The thank you was enough.
And I didn't mean to insinuate anything. But you're right. Thank you, truly, for these.
She takes them from me then, careful not to crush the stems. There's still uncertainty on her face which endears and annoys me in equal parts. But she does look lovely with them, the very picture of her something that should be immortalized in paint. They should be for Mother. But it doesn't matter anymore.
Why don't we turn in for the night? You must be exhausted with all that gardening.
What does a dead woman care for flowers? Halloween! I didn't get any sleep. Not a single wink. I was so busy jumping at every shadow and worrying about waking with a knife in my chest. Okay. Just making sure. Or not waking at all. Even when Hannah wakes, in spite of a mild fever, and goes downstairs for breakfast, I stay in bed, thoughts of poisoned food running in my head. The rain that has started some time during the night doesn't help the mood. Okay, maybe it helps just a little. The strange sunny weather has been nice and all, but for it to return as it should, feels like a good sign of things to come. Perhaps things will settle back to normal and the crazy drama that has gone on lately will die down. I would hate to be caught unawares in this rain. And with how it looks outside, it seems that the weather is making up for all the sunny days it's given us with a good old-fashioned downpour. The rhythmic pitter-patter of the rain fills the early morning silence with a steady beat. Thank goodness I don't have to be anywhere in a hurry today. I would hate to be caught unawares in this rain. With how it looks outside, it seems that the weather is... Oh, wait a minute. I already read this. It does let up within the quarter of an hour. However, a day beginning with a cloudburst like this, locals usually take it as an immediate sign. Luxborn's abysmal weather is back, likely for good. I hope they did a damn good job of fixing this place because I'd rather not have to deal with leaky roofs. I don't like the idea that the realty did a horrid patch job with the place. Hannah, technically, paid millions for this place. It better live up to the price that realty company sold it for. Roof problems aside, she's going to be a definite downer about this as well. She hates the rain. Then again, who actually does? What sane person would like it when 9 out of 10 days consist of nothing but dark, drab, and gray skies and piss water pouring from the heavens? And she was just starting to enjoy the sunlight. I'll have to get up and about eventually. This is a given. That's a given. But I'm not too keen on seeing or talking to Hannah before she leaves for the hospital. Or eventually in a few days' time. This bloody house. Kylie won't like it if she comes here, only to find me in a bad mood. Few would dare rouse me from bed. Being able to keep their jobs is incentive enough. I trust they realize that now is not a good time to force me into anything. Maybe I can just get an hour or two of sleep before Suarez drops his brat off the mansion steps. If only. But, as always, somebody has to be a buzzkill.
Are you really going to stay in bed all day?
What do you want?
You must have been really rattled by what happened yesterday. If you need to talk about it, I am quite qualified in that regard.
And you aren't even the slightest bit bothered? Truly? Not even the slightest bit worried?
I was worried. But I realized that it's not my life in danger, is it? My worrying will not help matters. Neither will yours.
Loath as I am to admit it, he's right. Still, it's more frustrating when he doesn't give me time to concede his point.
I know you two aren't getting along.
Nosy bugger.
But you should at least see the madam off before we leave. Think of her as a business associate if you must. It would not do to part on bad terms.
It's far too early to deal with your nosiness.
That's none of his business. None of it. If he remembers his place, he'll drop it. I don't want to talk to Hannah. Not now, when I'm so high-strung and paranoid. This whole thing is a bloody mess with everything going off at once. I'm afraid that, with our troubles, I'll misinterpret anything she might say or do. That just make the whole thing worse.
Are there any updates about the woman?
Being in the dark has me on edge. Information, any at all, may very well help me in calming down.
I've already briefed security about her, and more from the agency will be arriving tonight. But they haven't seen anyone fitting the description.
So you have nothing then? A fat lot of use you guys are. What do I even pay you for? Do me a favor. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on your way out.
Well, there is something. It's about McCulloch.
Though I'll deny it, I do find myself a tiny bit interested. Alright.
I called her secretary about taking the day off. He hasn't heard from her over the weekend.
Ever consider she might be putting her paycheck to good use? Probably somewhere out there getting drunk, having a shag. Ugh, and I envy her for it. As long as she's here for work, what and who she does in her free time is her business.
Hell, maybe she's found another client to sleep with. I'll commend her if that's the case. It's a good way as any to make connections and get business. Well, fuck you, Luke. I would be a hypocrite and a liar if I said I didn't get some of my business that way. Scratches the itch, too.
That's all well and good, but she's not answering her mobile either. Mr. Parker will be filling a missing persons case with the police if she doesn't turn up today.
Okay, interesting as all this is, why bring this to my attention? If we've lost an interior designer, just find someone else to take her place.
If I knew that letting Hannah hire her would bring so much trouble, I would have stopped it at just the sex.
The last anyone has seen of her was here, the morning of the party. Your housewarming party.
That's not good news.
It wouldn't do for the police to hear of this, and to suspect.
It's of little import that can easily prove my innocence. It's all a matter of principle. Alright, and this is not new. Oh. But something catches my eye. My clothes and personal effects are already set on the dresser for the day. Boxers, trousers, belt, and socks on one side with my shirt, jacket, and tie on the other. It's always the same things. Always. Cufflinks, colognes, and anything else I would like to add stays in the dresser for me to choose from. It's all routine. However, among the silvers, the grays, and the red is a tiny blue box.
Now what is this?
The thing is small and light, fitting in the palm of my hand. Too big to be a ring box, but too large to be a watch box. Looking at it closer, I see that it's one of my handkerchiefs used for wrapping. It's easy enough to untie the knot to reveal a plain box inside. An odd and quaint way to wrap up a gift, I suppose. Though presentation should be the last thing I need to be worried about. Mail, packages, gifts, and the likes are supposed to be vetted before they get to me. In the morning, Johannes would hand me a list of things I need to look over and go through. Yet there was no forewarning of this. Immediately, I dropped the thing as if it burned me.
I shouldn't have touched that. I shouldn't have touched that.
Probably because he thinks it's poison. Probably because of, contact poison, maybe. It very well might have. Without security going over it, it could be a nasty gift for me. I could still remember when a security guard died to contact poison that covered an innocent enough birthday card, for fuck's sake. But as the box hits the ground, it spills its contents. What I see makes my stomach turn. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh no! Horrors in a box! Oh, that's where Zach's eyes went. Oh, that's fucked. What the hell? Why would you give him this? An eyeball still with its nerve ending, mucus and all, plops to the ground. I have to fight the urge to gag as it rolls and stares up at me.
Oh god, that's sick. That is sick.
Wow, that's actually some really good voice acting there.
It's still wet. My bloody fucking... That is disgusting.
I'm not a stranger to being sent threats, but this has to be the first time I've been sent a body part. Even I don't do that. Yet there's no note or sign as to who may have sent it or how it got here. If this is a threat, it's a piss-poor way of doing it, considering it lacks proper planning outside the shock factor that sending a body part affords them. Do I even know anyone whose eyes are the same shade? Not Hannah's, no. Definitely not. They aren't as pretty and aren't the right color. Johannes? Mr. and Mrs. Lee? Suarez? McCullough? No, the color isn't familiar at all. Though honestly, it's not like it's not like I take the time to memorize each and every person's eye. This could be anyone's, from a guard or a maid or one of the other 100 of people I deal with. Kylie can't see this. The kid is tough, but this'll traumatize her. Grabbing the handkerchief that was used for wrapping, I try to pick up the eyeballs to dispose of them. Emphasis on try. Contact, even with the fabric, has me gagging. The thought of squishing it and covering my fingers with the slick and slime of it makes me recoil. But the slightest of touches is enough to make the eyeball roll towards the bed. And in my mad scramble to make a grab for it, it rolls away even farther. Farther under the bed until it's in the smack dab middle. There, it just taunts me from where it sits out of my reach, green iris fixed on me again, perhaps judging my poor attempts to get it.
What the hell with it? I don't have time for this.
Why don't you just ask your butler to get it? God, that's actually really fucked. That's Zach's eyes. Luke Wright received a surprise early Sunday morning in the form of an oddly wrapped gift. Upon opening the box, however, I wash my hands of this. Quite literally at that. Though I wish it wasn't easier said than done. The nagging in the back of my head, the voice that tells me I need to be more cautious about this, refuses to push the matter aside. While it's true that it's cause for concern, without demands or anything of the like, worrying will do very little to help. Looking around the room, I try to see if any other presents have been left behind. To my relief, aside from the blue box, nothing else is out of place. The most I can do right now is alert the present security staff about this breach. Watch out for any other threats. If they have a message for me, they'll most likely send it with their next gift. Whoever sent these eyes, I would assume that it's more to shake me up more than anything else at the moment. It'd be best to act as if this didn't happen. No need to make a child worry about it either. She doesn't need to know. Smoothing down my suit and my hair with a sigh, I steel myself for the horrors. The horrors that come with taking care of a child. While I try to forget the horrors that come in a box.
Good morning to you, Luke.
Alright, and that's not new. Jesus Christ. She talks of Miss Pink, and I have to shift my legs to become comfortable once more, the memory of my initial meeting with her still fresh on my mind. The little brat is quick to defend her favorite academic as well. The woman has yet to offer a proper apology, and she wishes to give one on her behalf, all diplomatic like I taught her. She talks of the sad man in the park and of her new friend who likes to play hide and seek when she's not sniffling in the loo. If I didn't know better, I'd say the kid is trying to make me feel guilty. Though I don't know if the bitter taste in my mouth is that or something else entirely. I really don't have time to process what the emotion is as the brat opens her mouth again.
You should have gone with her to the hospital. Hospitals are scary, you know.
Exactly why I didn't go. I don't like hospitals, Kylie. That's all there is to it.
So you're not angry at Tia?
Why would I be angry at her? It isn't her fault she got sick.
I heard you and Tia are fighting. I heard that you might not be together anymore.
I have to stop her there. Sure, it's easy for people to jump to conclusions and presume that we might be fighting, no thanks to Rochelle. But it's not common knowledge that things have actually gone sour, and, to put it in her terms, that we might not be together anymore.
Oh, well, where did you hear this from?
I heard it from a nice maid lady.
Oh, shit.
But that's still no excuse. Not when she's sick. She needs someone to hold her hand and bring her soup and make her drink medicine.
I'm livid. Livid that one of my employees might gossip. And to a child of all people. Who says such upsetting things to a child? But my anger dies out when Kylie starts to tear up. She holds it back, in an effort to not seem so childish, I assume. Though I'm honestly confused as to why such news would upset her so.
Oh, no. Look, Kylie, there's no need to cry.
I'm not going to cry.
Are you sure? You've got no reason to cry. Even if Hana and I won't be together anymore, you can still visit me and I can still visit you.
That's not the problem. Why don't you and Tia love each other anymore?
Oh, oh man, that's gonna be difficult to explain.
I still love her, Munchkin, and I'd like to think your Tia still does too.
Isn't that the truth? I love her. I'm just total shite at showing it. And a small part of me screams that I wasn't worthy to be her husband in the first place, no matter how hard I deny it. Perhaps in another time, another place, another me, I would have confessed that the whole world is nothing compared to her.
So why are you two fighting? You grown-ups are so stupid sometimes.
I have to keep checking to make sure. Why? Because I'm a prat, probably. Motioning for her to come closer, I wrap my arms around and rub her back in an attempt to comfort the child. Aw, that's so sweet. Only when I feel her tears soak into my jacket that I realize that there might be something else to her worries. I've heard Suarez is not getting along too well with his wife as of late, because of how busy he is with work. Really, I was wholly tempted to just brush her question off and say that it's a grown-up thing. I could content myself in pretending that this isn't happening. But it seems like she needs to hear this. That just makes it all the more painful to try and explain this, because I have to explain it not only for Kylie, but also for myself.
Sometimes, people fall out of love. Or they think they've fallen out of love and need time apart. It's not necessarily a bad thing. They might be angry at each other, or they might feel sad. They need time for themselves, to think about each other, to know if there is still love. Maybe they'll be back together again. Or maybe it's better for both of them to move on, instead of staying together and hurting each other, pretending they still love each other.
There's nothing final, but here we are, at a crossroads where the wrong step might end in heartbreak. Hannah thinks we need some time apart, but we aren't done just yet.
But yes, grown-ups can be rather stupid.
You're still gonna be my friend, no matter what, Tio?
Of course, my life would be less exciting without a little brat like you running around and making a mess of it. And you better stay my friend, even when I get all old and wrinkly.
Kylie's shoulders shakes in laughter as she pulls away and gives me a toothy grin.
You're already old!
That was actually a surprisingly mature thing to say from Luke. Like, you know, because yeah, people will sometimes fall out of love, and you know, and some people and a couple may need time apart to figure out what to do next. Like, you know, is there still love between us, or is it better to move on? And even if the answer is that, like, you know, yeah, you should move on, that doesn't make your relationship with their previous partner, you know, null and void. It just means, like, you know, you had fun while it lasted, and, you know, and that's all it should be.
But don't worry. When you die, I'll burn you and put you in a jar so I can keep you forever. Just like they did with Abuelo.
Cremation! My thoughts come to a grinding halt at her words, yet she goes on as if she hasn't just said such an odd thing. Why, it almost seems like the tyke is looking forward to my funeral. As if there's no confused expression on my face, she pulls me back to our drawings, commenting on the state of my weird dog.
I think your puppy would look better magenta.
With Hannah away for a checkup, Luke was left alone to watch over his godchild Kylie Suarez. However, what was supposed to be a simple babysitting turned awkward when the precious child began spouting bizarre things. Alright, this is still new. That's not new, sorry. Oh! 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 What's going on here? Golden. Oh dear. Oh dear. Alright. It hurts. She doesn't want this.
You lacked care. You forget your place, and you've indulged yourself far too much in this fantasy of yours.
This is vile. Like vomit and sludge brushing against my skin before it covers me until I'm weighed down. Disgusting. Wrong. Stop it.
You've overstepped your boundaries and livery.
Stop it. This is wrong. Please.
May I remind you that you are nothing but a servant, a slave. An unattractive, unchaste harlot who thinks too much of herself.
Please, no more! One after the other, they come at me. An unending flood that threatens to sweep me away for what feels like an eternity. Each one, a show of both joy and suffering for those who have called this mansion their home. Each new scene is like a hammer to the head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in two. I can feel every little emotion in the blurry images that present itself in my head. I feel a part of these, like I've lived through them, though I know that's not possible. All their anger burns through me, that much is evident, but the pain more so. And above all of it are the whispers. The voices calling, luring, until one image emerges in vivid contrast with the others. When there's a shout of joy, my eyes snap open, looking for the culprit. That's when the whole room just changes. Everything is the same, yet everything isn't. There's a horrid feeling of envy. And though I have long accepted that I'm a jealous person by nature, I've never felt such a strong feeling of envy as I have now. They were happy with each other, these people. But Hannah and I... Envy turned into anger. Anger for something I couldn't have. But I have the feeling that yelling and screaming at them won't do much of anything anyway. None of the others have given me notice. I realize that this might not even be real. It dawns on me that these two are the people from the paintings, the ones all over the mansion. Right, this is not new. Oh shit. The woman from the garden stands beside me. I can hear her rattling breath, menacing and chilling. Everything in me screams to run. But something pins me to the spot as she just looks at me, watching and waiting. This is not new. Huh. Bumping into... Oh yeah, this is new. Alone, Luke heard voices coming from the nearby ballroom. When he decided to investigate, he was assaulted by memories not of his own. And at the center of it all is the same woman who appeared before him the day before. And then, bumping into Luke after his flight from the ballroom, Johannes quickly ushered the paranoid man to his room, while the house's security looked for the trespasser, only to be greeted by a room devoid of Hannah, who was supposed to arrive with the butler. Babysitting Kylie, the stress of finding an intruder in my own home, not to mention those bloody eyeballs they left. I think I deserve a little break every once in a while, especially after going through all that in a single day. And another peasant managed to break into this house just the other day. Isn't that enough reason to stay on alert? I'm fairly certain Shotgun wouldn't just enlist their help just for this power outage, only to leave me unprotected. Ah, shit. Luke Wright woke up to a storm raging outside, and with his whole house eerily quiet. Pyro was still off, and his butler was nowhere to be found, even when called. Taking his gun with him, he went out to investigate, and in the foyer of his own home... And from where I stand at the top of the stairs, I can easily make out their forms. Recognize them, even. It's all gone crazy when these intruders came into my house. I'm no stranger to a cop playing dirty. The smart ones know that neither life nor criminals are going to play fair. But Daisy, what will Kylie think of her Miss Pink if the poor tyke finds out about this? Not to mention Mint. Hannah trusted her. I trusted her to be a professional at the very least, for fuck's sake.
Well, well, what have we here? If I were any less sober, I'd say this is the beginning of a joke.
Bloody trespassers. What is wrong with these people? Did they really think I'd be fine with them walking into my home like this? What are they even doing in here? If I didn't know any better, they might also be behind Hannah's disappearance.
That's right, my love.
They must have a motive.
Make them pay.
And it better be a good one. Or a bullet to the head is the least of all of them will deserve. I don't make a habit of harming women, of course, but this is just crossing the line.
Let's see. A high school teacher and an interior designer walk into a mansion.
Thunder crackles once again, cutting me off. This time, its sound hits close enough that it nearly feels as if the windows and the ground itself are rumbling. All is deathly still for a moment. I don't let it stop me, however, as I slowly make my way towards them. Taking one careful step at a time, relishing the expression of fear in their eyes. I suppose there's something ominous in this setting, with the heavy rain outside and the lack of light here. I kinda like it, to be honest. Adds something to the atmosphere. I suppose I must look like the villain now. But short of me getting close to them, a noise to my left distracts me, briefly halting my movements while curiosity takes over every murmur in my head. And it's a good thing, perhaps, that I did, because as soon as I look up, I see him. The detective from a few days ago, the one Lee mentioned. just as he's about to jump down from furniture that has somehow ended up piled and blocking the door to the parlor. What happened there? And did he really think it's alright to do that in other people's houses? Lout.
Teach him, my lord. Put him in his place.
My hand's already moving before any rationale can stop me. Fingers firm at my gun when I finally release the safety from it and take aim. Not at him, but at his friends. They are his, aren't they? Why else would they be here together? Doesn't matter. I know his kind follows some form of moral standard. He wouldn't let an innocent be harmed, especially people he cares about. My finger on the trigger's more than itching to shoot, but I hold back. Sure, I could have simply taken aim at him. But more than seeing him bleed, I want to see the expression on his face once he realizes everything he's doing is futile. He's trapped. Lives are in my hand. His life's in my hand.
Had I known there would be a party in my own home tonight, I would have opened a bloody bottle or two. People these days, in my own home. Can you believe it? I feel so left out.
I can tell the exact moment the realization dawns on him. A short second of his body freezing and blood draining from his face, as soon as his feet hit the floor and he looks up. He's already prey. Trapped by his own recklessness.
How pathetic.
And really, Daisy, even you, what would Kylie say?
Luke, this isn't what you're thinking. You have to listen to us. There's something going on here.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What's your excuse? Checking on T.O. Luke? Is this an evaluation you teachers are so fond of? Is that it? Is this what this is? I'm doing good, by the way. Kylie just paid a visit yesterday. Lots of drawings involved.
Luke, please.
Oh, please what?
Just this once. Will you listen to what people are telling you? You need to leave this place as soon as you can.
Tut, not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight. Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for feathers here, though. But really now? I swear! People need to stop breaking into my house! This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
It's just a passing remark, of course. I'm not stupid enough to do something that'll bring negative attention to myself. Reputation and all that. I can't just risk it. The thought of having dead bodies here, ones that I'm not even responsible for, they're the ones who trespassed. It's already quite too much. It'll literally be overkill, especially for someone like me. Alright. Take this one, for example. Despite the pride brimming in him, there we go, Jesus. How he matches my glare with one of his own. He simply lowers his pistol after a long second. Not in surrender. The tense set in his shoulders tells me as much. But the closest he can get to lowering his own ego, in favor of something I can't quite place. Interesting. Gotta admit, I'm almost disappointed.
As you should be, my lord.
Have expected him to hold until one of us shoots the other. Can't say it'll be more exciting that way. A bullet inside any part of my body isn't something I'd like to have on a bad day like today. Or any day for that matter. But it'll surely be predictable of him. And I like predictable. They're the kinds of people who are the easiest to deal with, no matter the situation. With them, there's no second guessing what they'll do. He shoots, I shoot. One of us dies, the other walks away. Nothing complicated. Nothing requiring much brain power. Just muscle memory and who's the better shooter. End of story. Yet here he is, dragging a deep breath in and setting aside the only thing protecting him. I can easily shoot him this way, be done with this whole farce of a conversation. Instead, I find myself listening. A concession. For a person who, in another life, would have also become the person I am today, had his circumstances allowed it. Damn shame. We might have gotten along.
Listen, right. I need you to...
But alas...
You broke into my house, and somehow, you expect me to listen like a good little boy. Are you a bit touched in the head, Feathers? I'm not the one breaking laws here.
Look here, fucker. If I wanted you dead, I could have done it so many times already. In fact, I can easily shoot you down right here, right now. And you won't be able to do a damn thing, even with that gun.
A meeting of two prideful blokes will never go well, whichever lifetime it is. And I can only laugh at his audacity, his lack of shame and fear even facing the business end of my pistol.
You know what I'm thinking right now? In another lifetime, we would have probably gotten along well.
The best truth I can offer him. Not many people, those who've slighted me in particular, live this long to see it.
And he should be grateful. You're already gracious enough, allowing him to stand in your presence like this.
It's interesting, because I don't remember this happening in the last route, where she was whispering to him and all that. Yes. Especially when he has a lot to answer. Preferably right now. Because as generous as I've been so far, my patience has its limits. My amusement can only last for so long. In 2 steps I'm standing in front of him, grabbing him by the collar and resting the cold muzzle of the eagle against his temple.
Luke, no!
He'll end up a pretty smear on the wall this close.
What is it that you people really want with me? This is the 3rd time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game. Did the NCA send you to apprehend me? Or has somebody paid you off to kill me? Which one is it, Feathers? Mind you, my arm's getting tired. Better answer quick if you don't want to beat the business end of this gun.
And he knows it. Of course he does. He's a trained officer, isn't he? But not many bother to be as cautious as him. One glimpse at my handgun's safety earlier is all it took for him to see I mean business. Similar. Too similar. We're too alike in so many little ways it's funny. Down to the fact that he doesn't even flinch, no matter how heavy the threat in my words are. Even knowing how one flick of my finger on the trigger will be enough to end his sorry life. He should have caved in by now, started begging like so many others before him. Instead, he throws more vitriol, adds more kindling to a fire already burning.
I'm not with NCA. I'm just here to help. There's something else in this house, and we're all in danger. You have to believe me, right? You need to let us go. You need to get out of here before it's too late. If you want to keep your sorry ass alive, you'll listen to people with more brain cells than you.
Igniting it further than I can't help but return it to him with equal fervor. Okay, so that's just not voiced.
We don't need him, my love.
Why, you insolent!
Oh shit! That's a new sprite! We both decide to move in that moment. Both our bodies tensing, each of us racing to get ahead of the other. However, before we can even get a head start, a voice unexpectedly rings above the chaos about to ensue. Oh.
Help me. Please.
So this is completely new. I've always been cautious and careful, cutting off trouble's head before things can escalate if I'm able. That's why I deal with the likes of Harvey, Suarez, and Johannes. For all who we are, for all the enemies the likes of us can make, such a thing has never happened before, because I do everything to make sure it doesn't happen. Let me see the backlog real quick. So to see Hannah in danger, I don't quite know how to feel or what to do. Of all the times for there to be a hostage situation, if this is even one, why now? Good fucking God, what is going on here?
Help me. Please. Please make it stop.
I think death would be preferable if my sense of self-preservation was shot to high hell. It would deprive me of choice and of responsibility in the matter. And I don't want to think about how fast my heart beats, so that I hardly hear anything other than my own heartbeat and her pleading.
Please. They're in my head. Screaming. It hurts so much.
What do I do? What can one do against something holding your life in their hands? With a woman that looks more monster than man. When her expression turns into one of amusement and her horrific laughter fills the air, I'm torn apart. This is my fault, isn't it? Hannah's in danger because of me. Everybody I love always ends up hurt or worse. And even when I chose to let her go, she's no exception. Hannah's unbroken begging makes it all the much more painful. Because I still love Hannah. I really do. But will I really endanger myself for a woman who might not love me back? Still, something in me dies a little when that woman laughs as if this is all some sick joke. Her smile taunts me, filling my head with laughter and rage until I can barely think over the cacophony in my head. In the way the woman looks at me, it's as if she's watching, waiting for my next move.
Please. Someone. Anyone. Help me.
This is crazy, and I don't know what I should do. I know for a fact that one shouldn't aggravate a hostage taker. There's no winning an argument with someone who holds a life easily taken. But I need to do something, right? I just have to... What am I doing? Why am I even hesitating? I wouldn't go so far as to claim that I'm any sort of decent human being. I realize now, too, that I may not have been the best husband one could ask for. But she's still my wife. And even if she wasn't, she's still Hannah. Can I really live with myself if I just stood by idly while she was in danger? That doesn't change the fact that this is all fucking insane, of course. Having all these intruders is crazy. To think about going at this thing is crazy. I can hardly classify it as a person in my eyes. Perhaps a maggot that needs to be crushed under my shoe, just like the rest of this sorry lot. But a person? Hardly. But I cared for none of it. They didn't matter. All that matters is that Hannah is in danger. But cold pours over me, freezes me in place once more when I try to make demands. I have to take deep breaths, grit my teeth, and steel my fist to even find the courage to speak up.
Let go of her! Don't hurt her! Whatever it is you want! Just don't you dare hurt her!
And if my voice isn't as firm as I'd like, it doesn't matter. I'll beg and plead if I have to. On my knees, bend my fucking proud neck, and maybe even break it just to make sure she's safe. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to Hannah. The cold stillness is gone from my body, and my very skin feels like it's on fire. And I have to shout, scream at her when Hannah continues to cry out in pain.
What do you want? Money? Is that it? I give you however much you want.
Luke, please make it stop. I want it to stop.
Just stop whatever it is you're doing to her. Can't you see she's hurting?
I can't stand for this.
Let go of her! Now!
I say it with such ridiculous conviction, and of course she won't listen. Why would she? She has the upper hand here. There's no reason for her to do as I ask. But her voice is but a whisper and deathly slow, and I'm hard-pressed to hear it over the pounding of my heart in my ears. She speaks, the woman from the gardens and the servant girl from the ballroom, from the hallucination, vision, memories, whatever they were. A hush settles over the room as we listen.
She does not And you wish to have him back.
There are no second thoughts.
Be that as it may, I still love her. And I will make you rue the day you were born if you don't let her go.
A life for a life. What does that mean? Though her expression doesn't change, I have this most awful feeling that it wasn't the answer she was looking for. I can see how the woman's fingers tighten around Hannah's throat, hear the hitch in her breath, and I fear that I've made the worst decision in speaking out. I didn't think she would listen, yet she does. Oh, Hannah. Angered, Luke demanded for Hannah's release from the woman. Although the woman eventually released his wife, there was anger and contempt in her face. All of a sudden, the whole house shifted. In a blink, blood and gore was everywhere. A hand on Hannah's back sent her falling down the stairs. I moved to catch her, and that sent us both sprawling at the foot of the stairs. With my back to the ground and her on top of me, the pain doesn't even register in my head. All I can worry about is Hannah as I pull the both of us off the ground and away from the stairs. Away from her.
Are you alright, Hannah? Are you hurt?
It takes much too long for my liking before she speaks. All she's able to do for a moment is whimper in pain, a hand to her throat. And when she does manage to speak, her voice is far too faint along with the hold she has on my arm. It's terrifying to see her like this, and to think I nearly lost her for good.
Luke, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. She just...
It's fine. It's fine. You're fine. This isn't your fault.
For a moment we forget, but...
You deserve each other.
Hearing her voice triggers something in Hannah, and she starts to tear up, her face contorting into one of pain and fear. But I grab her by the shoulders, to keep her in place so that she can see me and only me, and so that I can only see her too.
Look at me, Hannah. Look, I'm here. You're safe. I won't let her hurt you again.
Oh.
Do you understand? Just breathe.
Man, where the fuck was this last time where Hannah was actually possessed? I don't know exactly what in bloody hell is going on, yet I can't find it in me to care. Whoever these people are, whatever they're here for. This isn't acceptable. For all I know, this is all some dumb charade to get to me. All the times I've seen the woman before could have all been an act to get to me, to get under my skin. And to think they dare hurt Hannah. For all the fear that I had left, seeing her touch Hannah, I can only think of her as an actress in grotesque makeup. My hand still shakes, the fear not having quite gone, but anger fills me as I look at the woman, a sneer on my face.
How dare you! I don't care who you are, but how dare you touch Hannah! I want you out of my house, out before I call the police and have you put away for the rest of your miserable life! And that goes for all of you!
I hold my ground, firm and strong with my declaration. But the nerve of her, she just laughs in my face. A terrible, dreadful laugh that makes me feel as if there are ants crawling on my skin and maggots squirming into my ears.
You are telling me to get out of your house? You threatened to lock me up.
She laughs and laughs.
What's so funny? What are you laughing at? None of this is funny!
But she persists, and it almost feels like her voice is in my head.
Oh, no different. No different. You're all the same. You can all suffer together.
And that's when everything turns to complete and utter shite. Man, we have a lot more people alive here than we did. It's a slow thing. A whisper more than a bang as the darkness creeps into every corner of the room. The walls shudder and groan. Blood runs from the ceiling, crawls down the walls and stains the floor. It feels as if life itself is being sucked from the house slowly but surely. The beauty of the place is gone, with only the dead, decaying remains of a mansion left in its wake. I don't have to wonder if it's just a foyer that's become this nightmarish place. I can already hear it. Gone are the growling of thunder and the lashings of rain and wind against the foyer's high windows. All of it's been replaced by a more grating sound. A cacophony of voices from nowhere and everywhere echoing throughout the now horrid walls. Voices that neither belong to us nor the people who live here.
What's going on?
Help! Please!
All throughout the house, shouts of alarm and surprise ring out, a mirror to the horror creeping up in each of us. Who wouldn't be shocked? This is insane. Even Daisy, feisty woman that she is, trembles at the sight of it, while Feathers stands protectively in front of her. Brave of him, I have to admit, to put himself on the front line like that, though it doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't feel the same fear as the rest of us. Something I don't envy him. Something I don't something for! There seems to be no end in sight to this insanity. If anything, this only feels like it's the beginning of the end.
Help me! Oh my god! Please, somebody! Anybody! Who are you? Stay away!
No. Stay away. Stay away. No! She's here!
That's Zach.
She's gonna kill me! Someone! She's...
We're all in danger.
Isabella.
I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
So does that mean she died? If her voice is here? Their screams fill the mansion. She laughs all the while. A harsh, agonizing sound that goes on for what feels like forever. Holy shit, come on. Oh, this is long, Jesus. I'm scrolling as much as I can, and it's hard! Oh my god. Oh my god! That took forever! Oh my god! Until there's nothing but silence, her horrid smile, and pale hands reaching out to me. Calling. Beckoning. Pleading. I'm terrified. I really am, like I should be. But I've never been one to truly stay afraid. I've long learned that fear won't get me anywhere. Cowering in a corner doesn't keep me safe, and it won't keep me alive. Not like rage does. I've learned to use this burning hate inside of me to survive. There's no difference now.
Stay away from me!
Why do you wish to leave? This is where you belong, my lord. Remember the blood we share?
Blood?
This is your home. Don't you remember? You promised to return, to stay, together with me, with us, with people no different from you.
What is she talking about, Luke? What does she mean?
I don't fucking know, hun!
Don't listen to her, she lies. I promised no such thing to anyone. Hana, you're the one who bought this house. How should I know what she's babbling about? I never even wanted to be here in the first place.
A terrible case of mistaken identity. That must be it. I'm quite sure of it. I don't know this woman. This monster. Why would I say that to someone like her? In my entire lifetime, I've only made and kept sincere promises to a mere two people. Hannah Evans and Eleanor Chandler. No one else. The rest of those who claim I've promised anything to them can go fuck themselves. Bloody hell, I may enjoy the company of women, but I'm not an idiot to start spouting such nonsense to anyone. A line must be drawn, especially if I'm to keep myself alive. Yet she still goes on, insists, making me appear a liar in front of these people.
Of course you still deny
haven't changed, I see. Still a deceiver.
She's lying!
You see, my love, nothing has changed. Still no difference, you and I. Just like the rest of us. Just like every single soul in this putrid wreck. We've waited for so long. You can hear them, yes. Their pleas, their calls, their invitation. Come, my lord. The house seeks its master.
She, the monster, reaches out again, her hands a gory, abhorrent sight, along with that smile spread across her face. My body's already moving on instinct. Stumbling back, one step at a time in a desperate bid to be away from her. Anything to put distance between me and this vile creature. No matter what she says, I'm nothing like her. I need to get out of this house. Out of this country, preferably. There's nothing for me here. Not anymore. Nothing to keep tied to this place. With Hannah planning to leave me, shock and literally likely taken by this woman, nothing's left to bind me to this wretched city. I can leave. I can...
Careful, Luke.
My foot steps on something, sending me sliding on my back and flat on the floor. Beside me, a paper, a familiar one, flutters down. It's this thing again from the open house, though it feels less like a gimmick and more like a threat, what with recent events. It must have fallen from one of these peasants in the commotion earlier. For a moment they appear conflicted to see it in my hands, but wisely keep their opinions to themselves. Leaving the damn thing to simply bear its grisly message for everyone in the room to see. Help me. Help me. Help me. Is this it? What they've been telling us? Why everything in my life has gone to shite? Because of some stupid old letter? An invitation indeed. One I'm not willing to accept. Not any time. From the top of the stairs, the creature moves again, drawing my attention back to her. Her gait remains slow and awkward as she walks forward, that smile never leaving her. But I won't give her the chance. I am not dying here. I'm certainly not giving myself to a hideous creature like her either. Adrenaline kicks in, and despite panic gasps and worried glances from the people in the room, I pay them no mind as I reach for the main door and... Without warning, it slams open, revealing not the mansion grounds like I'm expecting. Before my mind can even comprehend what's happening, black tendrils have already coiled tightly around my limbs, dragging every person in the foyer into the room. None of us even get to scream when darkness completely envelops us upon the doors closing.
Understand where your place is now, my love.
Oh boy.
You belong here. Is it so difficult to grasp? We've been waiting.
There's a moment of panic when the feeling of the tendrils around my limbs finally dissipates. As soon as my eyes adjust to the darkness of the room and I'm on my feet, I'm reaching for my knife and holding it out, watching, waiting for every movement. Using it as a way to put distance between me and these peasants. Who knows what they'll do now? We're all desperate to get out of this house. There's only 5 of us in this room. 2 of them friends at that. I can't trust these people not to turn on me. Bloody hell, even Hannah's giving me the same looks as them now. Though Mint has already gone loon, crouched in a corner and muttering to herself, you can't really say anyone's safe from her. If anything, she's the one I should watch out for. I can't trust anyone. Not anymore. Not after this. Everything that I've built has fallen apart. All because these people came into our lives.
You! All of you! This is all your fault! If I've died in this bloody case, I'm taking you all down with me!
Luke, please put that knife away. This isn't going to solve anything.
calm down, right? The situation's already bad. You're just making it worse.
So now we have 3 characters that didn't make it last time in this.
You shut your mouth! If it weren't for you, for this letter, for all of you, none of this would have happened!
Is your life all that matters to you? What about these people here? Don't they have the same problem? What about me, Luke? Do you even care?
Are you taking their side? You're also stuck in this nightmare, Hannah! That creature is out to get us, and you're still defending these people!
I'm not defending anyone, Luke. I'm just trying to be reasonable when you're clearly not.
Oh, of course you're not. You're just the one who bought this bloody mansion to begin with. If I didn't know any better, you did this on purpose!
Oh, fuck off with that.
Why, no. Why would I ever do that? This was only meant to be an anniversary gift. For you. For us. For the family we're going to have.
Right, anniversary gift. Oh, here's your gift, darling. Oh, by the way, there's a curse included in that package. I hope that's all right.
Well, she didn't know.
Are you really that eager to get rid of me, Hannah? Because if that's what you've been meaning to do all this time, you might as well just put a knife in my back while I'm...
Nice. Suddenly, Hannah steps up and slaps the knife away from my hand. Said knife slides uselessly under the table, out of my reach. Before my mind registers what's happening, a sharp blow explodes at the side of my head, sending me reeling backwards. Holy shit! Yes! Yes! Soul face! Oh my god, that's amazing! I love Hannah! She fucking sucker punched him! Oh my god, that's an amazing CG! Finally somebody hits this asshole! I love it. I love it so much. I actually just noticed she doesn't have her necklace on, but they might have forgotten about it. Oh my god, that's amazing. She merely stands before me afterwards, without even batting an eye, glaring at me as if she might just rip my head off in this instant. Sometimes I forget.
Don't you dare, Luke. Don't you dare imply I've ever thought of you that way.
That Hannah's never the weak woman I believe her to be. How did I come to think of her as such? She used to be someone I could look up to, wasn't she? When you look at her now, the way she stands tall facing a man like me, the same way she's done so all those years ago, I can't help but think, am I not responsible for taking that part of herself away from her? Enjoy your time as Mrs. Luke Wright. What a bunch of shite. Figures why she wants to leave me.
And these people are only trying to help us.
Oh, of course, by barging into our home. Are you really going to trust them to save your life? These peasants who brought this pox upon us.
Keep talking about us like that, and see if any of us here will keep you out of this place.
The gall of these people. Bloody peasants. My head's already aching just listening to their attempts to defend themselves. Do they all take me for someone with half a brain? I should have just stabbed all of them and made a run for it. It doesn't help that with each second we spend talking here, the crazier this whole place gets. One of us here in particular. Amidst the furore, Mint suddenly stands. I've almost forgotten she's here, her ramblings having faded away in the shouting. And without warning, she snatches the paper out of my hand. It's a miracle it didn't rip right then and there, but the way she glares at it, I think she may want to do exactly that.
It's this thing's fault! We should have gotten rid of this thing! We should have burned it at the first opportunity we got! There were children! Victims! All because they had no idea what this thing will do to them. Oh God, those poor souls. They were screaming and begging before she... This cursed thing has to go.
She's losing grip with reality, she is. A crazy woman is the last thing I want to deal with, for fuck's sake. The whole world's already gone bonkers as it is. Oh, hello. Furious, paranoid, and trapped in the mansion with people he barely knew, Luke Wright threatened to take them down with him. Luckily, before the hysterical man could harm anyone, he fucking got sucker punched. The voices have also become louder and somehow sounding more vicious. If the things in this room start floating, mark my words, I will fucking flip out. And they may not be thinking of it right now, but eventually they'll turn on me. Such is the nature of humans. I can't let that happen. Fuck, I still have so much to do! Better find a way out of this place as soon as possible if I want to stay alive. And what else is the source of our problem but that sodding letter? Burning this doesn't seem sound, but who knows? We don't understand a shite about this place. Might as well try everything, yeah? Mint may have a point, as questionable as her judgment is right now. Whatever works. If I also have to be the one to make that bloody decision, so be it. And it's an easy decision to make, especially with these cries growing louder. I'm getting tired of it, really. I simply have to act fast. Think fast. And what else is the root cause of our problems but that letter? No need to make things more complicated. It started from there, why won't it end there? If what Mint has said is true, then there's all the more reason to destroy it. Put an end to this madness before anyone can think of passing it on to someone else. Before the situation can stretch on far too long for my tastes, I snatch the blasted paper away.
Give me that.
For a second, she appears offended, until I take out Mum's lighter. The sight of it shuts them all up. But I have no need for their opinion. In the next moment, I'm already setting the letter on fire. That's different! Because we had a choice last time to either burn the letter or burn the house. But in this, we're just foregoing that altogether. That's a new CG. And it doesn't take long for the thing to catch fire. It's all for heaven's sake. Now to scroll even further. God, look at all these fucking updates. We're almost to the end, guys. Though I make sure none of the ashes end up on anything flammable. It'll be an inferno inside this study, with all the books and documents stored here. Not that a big flame's anything to worry about in this case. In fact, in a matter of minutes, the damn thing has turned to ashes on the floor. With nothing left to burn through, the fire dies. Fades into thin air in a whiff of smoke, leaving only the awful scent of burnt paper in the room. But as the last of the paper turns into cinders... A sharp, agonized wail echoes from somewhere in the mansion, before quickly dying out, taking with her the horror she's brought upon this mansion. Slowly, before our eyes, the mansion changes again. Oh. Blood fading from the walls, ceilings, and the floor, returning the place to its old beauty. Gone is the darkness, quickly replaced by the artificial lights in the room. Even the smell of blood and gore has completely disappeared from the room. Perhaps the only thing undesirable left are the dumbfounded looks they're giving me.
See? Wasn't that easy?
Are you shitting me?! Why do I feel like that would have been the great solution to the first choice?
For fuck's sake, you people need to get your heads checked. How did you all make it this far in life with that kind of thinking? Well, you can all thank me later for this. You may now show yourselves out of my property before I call the police on you simpletons.
I walk out of the study without a single glance back at them, more than eager to finally get fresh air. They can find their way out of this place, I'm sure. I better not catch them here again. I better not catch them here again, though, or I won't be happy. Did we really just solve this with just burning the letter? Knowing the letter was the source of this entire fiasco, Luke Wright agreed with Mary Ann McCullough and started burning the paper. Sure enough, the blasted thing turned to dust while the mansion returned to its usual state, freeing them. It's over. I don't believe it. Outside, there's only silence. Deafening. Still. The same hush that comes after a terrible storm has swept the countryside. And with it, from the wide-open windows, is the sight of the sun rising above the horizon. Ever so slowly, the sky begins to lighten before my eyes. Darkness giving way to the warm morning hues, soft rays spilling over the vast expanse of Luxbourne's countryside. Nearby, the trees sway and rustle with the breeze, a passing draft that carries even into this room from outside, cold enough to make me shiver. The remains of a storm that has passed. In the distance, I can hear the soft chirping of birds, while the rest of the world stirs, wakes. Dawn at last. We're free. Epilogue! Wow, did we really just solve it like that? For undisclosed reasons to the public, the mansion is put back on the market months later, while Briar Realty Corporation faced criminal charges filed by one Luke Wright. After the news of the lawsuit broke out and the realty company's declaration of bankruptcy, rumors quickly spread across Luxbourne City. But for those who still believe in the stories of old, and those who know the truth, it's but a testament to the curse and the secrets the Ermengarde mansion has hidden for centuries. If there will come a time those will finally be revealed, only the hallowed halls of the mansion know. To this day, it stands silent. However, on nights when the wind howls and thunder booms across the sky, some still claim hearing of voices within. Of cries and wails that fill the nights and desperate calls of help for anyone who dares listen. As for those who once tread its halls... Oh... Unable to settle their differences, Hannah Wright eventually files for a divorce from Luke Wright. For several months, they become the subject of gossip in the mass media in the city. In spite of this, the two have uncharacteristically remained tight-lipped on the circumstances of their separation. Though many assumed it's the inevitable falling out stemming from the trouble during the couple's housewarming party. To everyone's surprise, however, Luke Wright eventually accepts the court's decision and disappears from the Evans heiress's life, without creating much fuss. Even after Hannah Evans has given birth to their children, months later, the man is rarely seen around the family. Children? You mean she had more than one child? Merely leaving his children paltry gifts in the mailbox whenever he's in town, never showing his face. With the Wright couple's separation also comes the Wright-Evans conglomerate split up. Although the Wright enterprise still manages to do well in the business with Evans Incorporated back as a competitor, another tech league places its CEO and the company under legal spotlight months later. This time, however, with the then Chief Inspector Harvey Lee's sudden absence, the businessman isn't able to escape close scrutiny. In an investigation headed by LPD's Detective Inspector Ashton Frey, all of Wright Enterprises' illegal business dealings within the past 10 years come to light. Oof. Although his involvement with other crimes is still being investigated, the disclosure has caused a huge outcry, especially from the city's business sector. Sued on multiple grounds, the company is ultimately forced to shut down. Oddly, when Luke Wright steps out of his office one last time, there's only a small smile on his face. To avoid public outrage, the once affluent businessman immediately leaves the city. All of his bank accounts have been emptied, including his Luxbourne apartments, leaving not a single trace or clue where he might be hiding. The last anyone has seen of the man was on a flight bound for Ireland. Till this day, no one has heard from him. Not even Hannah Evans. Even his people from the old Wright Enterprise, who have all been left to deal with the aftermath. Though, over the past few months after the situation has calmed, some have made claims of stopping him flitting in and out of the city. If only to check on those he has left behind. Her own woman! Following the company split, Hannah Evans reestablishes Evans Incorporated, becoming its CEO like her late father's always wanted for her. Look at her! Look at how she thrives! She cut her hair and she looks so much better! Though a bit out of practice and doubted by many people at first, the Evans heiress quickly finds her bearings and proves to be every bit as talented in the business as her parents. Soon, under her management, the new Evans Inc. flourishes, becoming one of the prime investment and finance companies in Luxbourne City. Months after her recovery, Marianne McCullough heads back to her homeland, ready to close a chapter of a past she has left hanging for so long. She looks so good! She did so well too! There she visits Lorraine's grave, asking for forgiveness from the girl she once loved, something she's intentionally avoided for years. Although the terror of what she has witnessed inside the Ermengarde mansion still clings to her, she bravely chooses to move on from it. Turning a new leaf by focusing on a new branch of her interior design company, and leaving her interior design company at Luxbourne in the hands of her secretary instead. Although she never returns to the city after, she's frequently seen visiting to check on the people she's become acquainted with in her years there. Having finally accepted herself, she won't deny she's in a happier place now. Rebecca! In the months that follow, Rebecca Gales becomes a prominent researcher within Luxbourne's major academic circles, especially after writing what she has discovered about Anselm Village and the Ermengarde mansion. With help from Professor Andrew Clark, she's soon able to secure funding to continue her research, presenting her findings yearly at local and international symposiums. Now at the tail end of her current study, she hopes to publish her first book, correcting all inaccuracies in the city's current history. A move supported by both colleagues, students, and friends alike. Though she knows she still has a long way to go before she can even begin to change people's minds about it. Professor Clark has warned her as much, she perseveres. Doing it not for herself, but for the sake of what she lost after the curse. As fresh as the wounds are still, this is how she remembers. Things have inevitably become strained between Ashton Frey and Rebecca Gales in the months following her confession. He grew his hair out?! And with their lives getting busier, the two have eventually drifted apart. Oh no! Although neither of them talk about it, and the teacher still strives to forget an old love, it's clear in Rebecca that there are still feelings left she couldn't let go of. If anything, however, this has only made it obvious how much has changed between them, and how much she has clung to the idea of Ashton from their younger days, the one that may not have been there in the first place. Merely an idea for a starry-eyed young girl. But if there will be a time she'll be able to accept this, to move on from the hurt and repair an old friendship that has fallen to ruin, only she knows. Amidst her struggles, Rebecca finds an unlikely companion in Luke Wright. While he avoids the city like a plague nowadays after losing both his company and Hannah, he manages to drop by from time to time. Mostly to check on his goddaughter, Kylie Suarez, though the man still won't admit it when asked. Rebecca still regards the man as insufferable. She doubts it'll ever change. But after all she's seen, much as she denies it, she now considers his presence the closest thing she has to comfort. A similar sentiment the former businessman seems to hold, even confiding in the woman of his problems, petty or otherwise. Their friendship may be awkward at best, but with the grim reality of death having once shadowed over the two of them, it's something they eventually grow fond of in time. Following his success in bringing the Luxborn firm case to a close, Ashton Frey receives a recommendation for transfer to Luxborn Lead Agency Against Organized Crimes. An endorsement eagerly backed by the newly appointed successor to the late Chief Inspector Lee, Abigail Harris. Knowing he'll have more resources, leeway, and a bigger chance at ultimately bringing Luke Wright to justice, Ashton Frey accepts. He still warns the people close to him against Wright and his associates, but only a friendly reminder now more than anything. Though he does worry, he believes they're wise enough to know what they're doing and trusts their judgment. For now, he's decided to leave the evidence in the law to speak for itself, and take care of the man once the proper time comes. Nowadays, police work and operations keep him busy, sometimes taking him away from the city he grew up in for days on end. A rare thing for him to enjoy once upon a time, yet this time he never loses his drive. Simply growing more determined after having finally found a clear purpose close to the rush and excitement he dreamed of as a child. Although Ashton still keeps mum about specific details of his work, his experience with the curse has slowly taught him how to open up. Especially to those who he knows that genuinely care for him. He still has a long way to go, he knows that, but for the sake of the people who are still with him, those who have chosen to stay, as well as what he lost, he hopes that there will come a day when he no longer has to hide behind his own lies. A day when he's no longer afraid of facing the truth in his own words. In spite of the huge changes in their lives, Ashton and Rebecca never forget to visit Isabella Santos, bringing little stories they have no idea if she ever hears, but tells nevertheless, carrying a small prayer that they won't lose her. When they can afford it, they also help her aunt in caring for her. Something the woman appreciates, knowing she can't be there for the sleeping girl every hour of the day. However, though they want to remain optimistic on Isabella's chances, it dwindles with every failed attempt of the doctors to bring her out of her coma, and each passing day the girl stays unconscious. Amidst the constant beeping of machines in her room, optimism is the only thing they can hold on to. Oh, and that's it. Oh, man. It's so weird. It's so weird, like, am I happier with this ending, with these endings, or not? And it's like, don't get me wrong when I say, like, yeah, Hannah, Marianne, and Rebecca being able to flourish, that's great, that's good. You know, Luke's still getting away with his crimes, okay. I am a little sad, though, that Ashton and Rebecca drifted apart. But I think I also understand why. I mean, that does kind of, like, put a wedge between it. And the fact that the fact that Isabella never woke up. The fact that Isabella never wakes up, it's like, oof, that's sad. Oh man, Amanda Lee? She's a VTuber. I never watched her, but I know she's a VTuber, and she's actually like, hitting her stride as a voice actor. Which, you know, kudos to her. I wonder what we're gonna get, like, because we still have, like, those miscellaneous things. But it's gonna be interesting to look at, like, to look at, like, you know, everything and see, like, how many of the, what the hell's that word? What are the achievements like? We gotta go through this. We gotta go through this thing. I forget, did I get a copyright claim when we played the ending, when we played the song last year or not? Anyway, we did finish this second run through, and we got a lot of different endings. But I will admit, learning about a lot more stuff about this. I actually did like that we got a little bit more of the background, even if it still doesn't really you know, explain anything. Oh. Oh my god, really?
Where are you, Tio? Yo. Please. She's here.
Well, it can't be Hannah.
She's still here, Tio.
Oh, shit.
Help me, please.
So she still dies regardless. That's not good. Let's see. Well, yeah, we already read this. Alright, so let's see. 66 of the CGs. We're not even halfway through chapter 7 yet? Oh my god. I still fucking love this CG. I fucking love that she punched him out. I love it. Huh, but yeah, so Takako and Hana. Let's see. Individual good. That's good. We still have no romance endings. Fuck, man. Wow, not really a lot. Let's see. Marianne all alone. Oh. Friendship good. And that's it. Friendship bad. Oh. We still did not get any romance endings. Maybe that's something we should shoot for next. Hey, we got... But hey, 73 out of this, huh? Probably because of those eyeballs and that. Let's see. 52%! Holy crap. Let's see, what do we have? Smash drunk. Have a taste of a famous multi-dimensional wine? Horrors in a box is staring right at me. Life for a life. Bargain for the safety of another. Small talk. Have a little chat with a lovely servant, with a loyal servant of the house. Soul fist. Feel the brunt of Hannah's power. And this. The achievement name. Are you shitting me? See, it's that easy, damn nitwits. Saving your... Oh, abandon an already sinking ship. Her own woman. Find your feet and stand on your own after years of living in the shadow of someone else. Alright. Alright. It's almost been 6 hours. So let's exit out. Man, we got done with that pretty early. Well, I say pretty early, but you know what I mean. Like, oh yeah, then the second run through of the middle of October. But don't worry, I still plan on playing more of this game for this month. Wait, why'd I go here? Why am I an idiot? Do 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 do. There we go. Alright. So what's the... Okay. Let me think here. Like, we got a lot. We got a lot out of that, like, little... So, okay. So we got a lot from Takako. So now I'm still okay. So here are my thoughts, right? I still am not entirely of the belief that it's only Takako haunting the mansion. I'm still not entirely counting that out. But we did... But it did, like, make me think of, like... So... So, Takako very much hates Charlotte. We know that. And she seems to believe that Edward is being corrupted by her, which is interesting. And we got a little bit more of a look into that that questionable scene, and it seems like Charlotte may have persuaded someone to SA Takako, because apparently, according to her, Takako was pretty much going above her station, her place. The only thing I still don't understand, though, is, like, why did... I mean, the only thing I don't understand, though, is, like, why is she going after these innocent people? People who... Takako, I mean. Why is she going after these people who have next to nothing to do with what happened to her? And she seems to be angry at Luke. I'm kind of wondering if maybe, like... she and Edward had an affair. and it was discovered by Charlotte. But Edward decided to back out and was like, oh no, she seduced me, honey. She brought me, you know, I fell for her femininely wiles, you know, like pretty much left her to hang out to dry. And that's why, you know, Takako was fully willing to, like, fuck with Luke, but her love for Edward is still there. Like, she genuinely fell in love with him, and even though, like, he all but betrayed her, she still can't bring it in herself to kill him, to hate him. I just don't understand, like, why, like, what happened? I mean, granted, we got a lot, I feel like we got a lot, actually, from those little scenes with her and Luke. I just don't know, like, how to I just don't know how to, like, go about it. I don't know, maybe we'll find out more. You know what's something that does bother me about the ending? There was no mention of Zach. Like, what about Zach? Like, because I remember last year and we saw earlier that Zachary visited Ash's grave. And that was something. But no mention of Zachary at all in the epilogue. Like, at least with Hannah and Luke, it's like, okay, that makes sense. But what about Rebecca and Ash? Like, especially with Ash. Like, he considered Zach to be his best friend. His best friend. What happened to his grave sighting? But still, it's like, at the very least, I am happy that Hannah, Rebecca, and Marianne were all able to flourish. Like, you know, getting up there and succeeding. Like I was so happy. It's like, yay! I mean, I think it's just, I do find it a little sad, though, that Isabella never woke up. I kind of hoped that maybe, like, the ghost would have, you know, that the ghost, you know, being eradicated would have, you know, helped her wake up, but I guess considering the fact that we did unfortunately hear Isabella's voice in the mansion, that kind of makes me think that maybe, unfortunately, Isabella's pretty much gone. You know, her body's still there, but unfortunately she's gone, she's done. Which is really fucking sad, considering that you have Rebecca and Ash visiting her, and yet, you know, she's not able to wake up. I wonder what we're gonna go for next, because again, we're not done with this. We're only halfway through October. So what would the third run-through be, I wonder? To be fair, I was actually thinking about this. So, in the beginning when we were still on Ash's route, and Ash and Rebecca were kind of having that argument, you know, I noticed that in the CG it was pretty much, like, different compared to... It's not that much different compared to what we had last year with Ash, Isabella, and Zach in the park. I kind of wonder if maybe there's a variation of that where all four friends are there. So maybe, like... you know, so maybe, like... So I wonder if maybe, like, we could try to... We go for a path where we can get all four friends up to that point alive. You know, I wonder if that's possible. I mean, I know that we still have to worry about, like, true endings and all that, but it's like, I want to try my best to see if, like, how many times, like, to see, like, you know, like, how many people can I get to live, you know, get to their epilogues before, you know, before I have to consult a guide. So, I think that'll be our plan for next time, is, like, basically try to, like, get, all 4 friends up to there. Because at the very least, it does seem like we can't get Ashton killed before Luke's, before, you know, in the mansion, unless we fuck with him. I don't know. But I don't know, maybe it's possible. Maybe it's possible we can get all 4 friends to live. That would be great. So yeah, that might be a good thing for next time. And all that. But, I mean, if it's not possible, then, you know, we'll try to figure out something else. But, I don't know. I also want to try and shoot for, like, the romance endings, because apparently we get that, and it's like, The thing is, though, is, like, I can only really think of, like, 2 romance endings. One for, Ash and Isabella, and the other for Luke and Hannah. I don't know, that might be something we can also shoot for, try to see, like, what romance endings we can get. The only problem is I'm gonna have to look up a spoiler-free guide, because I obviously don't want to be spoiled, you know, by what happens. Like, if we do manage to somehow get these couples together, it's like, oh, okay. But I don't know, that's something we'll have to think up on. Anyway, it is getting rather late. It is just past, it has just hit 2 o'clock, and we have been going at this for over 6 hours now. So, I just want to say, thank you all for joining me on this trip. It was honestly pretty fun. You know, and seeing how different the results we got were. And as always, the next stream will be on Friday night on the 21st. And of course, the usual time of 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, with that, we'll be starting on our 3rd run through and basically just tried our best to keep everyone alive up until the end. So, gonna be starting to wrap up here, so thank you all for joining me. Have a good night, a great few days. Stay safe, we're still in the middle of a pandemic, even if everyone wishes to forget about it. And I'll see you all for The Letter stream on Friday.